Yo, 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 yo. What's good?
Please enter it now. Otherwise, please press 0 to connect
What's
to the
up?
operator.
What's going on, man?
Nothing much. You still dialing?
Number of the person.
Still dialing, yes, sir.
Yeah, I literally just had my one-on-one. I had two one-on-ones actually today, bro. I had freaking 8 meetings today for that role.
8 meetings, and let me just
You know the
let me just
extension.
drop this voicemail real quick. Let me drop this voicemail again. Give me a sec, guys. Hey, yes, Antonella, this is Rafael Nora calling on behalf of the UNLV visitor guide team. So there were a few specific opportunities that I wanted to bring to your attention and get in touch with you for just 1 or 2 minutes of your time. Please feel free to give me a call back at 702-352-9318. Thanks. We keep going. Oh, we keep going, man. Come on now.
Fire. I love it, bro. I love it.
Bro, it's 1 a.m. for me here.
Insane.
Bro, I'm
Absolutely
at my friend's
insane.
house. He's playing Calder, bro. Look at this dude, bro.
Yo. It's literally
yeah,
night
man.
and day, bro. You're cranking dials. He's cranking kills.
No, hell yeah, man.
That's
No,
funny.
bro, this is life, bro. I can't ask for anything more, bro.
That's fire. That's big money. I
Yeah,
love
man.
it.
No, my dials are kind of low today, bro. So I'm like, bro, I'm cranking tonight. You know.
Yeah, bro. When on my one-on-one, bro, he asked, he's like, yeah, I mean, how can we get the dials up? And bro, I literally shared my screen and I'm like, I mean, we're doing full cycle. Like literally I've had one. I'm like, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Oh, you're
7,
cooking.
8 calls today. He's like, whoa, you had 8 calls today? I'm like, yeah, that's why the dials aren't like, but how many dials did we do today?
Yeah, I'm lacking, bro.
Yeah, I mean 22 dials. Like,
Man, bro, but like, what's your DM set? Like, what's your DM set rate?
for today, I didn't set any, but like if we go like just the last month, out of 580 dials, I've gotten 30 DMs with 8
Mm.
sets. So what's that?
What's the percentage?
8 divided by 30.
It should say there. Yeah, if you go to reporting,
26%.
if you go to reporting, like to the left,
Ah,
yeah, all the stats are there, bro.
okay, cool. Yeah, 26%. So
Yeah, bro, that's amazing, man. Bro, anything between 20 and 30%, bro. You're cooking, bro. Like,
yeah.
yeah,
Yeah,
man.
I need my freaking that one day I did 14 dials in 4 sets. I need another
Bro,
day like that,
on your
bro.
birthday too, bro.
Yeah, bro. I need another birthday.
Yeah, that's crazy, bro. Bro, you want to talk about Omar? What a crazy
Oh
coincidence.
yeah, Loki. Let me text him. Let me see what he's up.
Bro, I told him to hop on the call today, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna text him now.
He's like, I'm busy, bro. Yeah. Bro, you make you make time for things that are important, you know?
Yeah,
Like, come on now. Bro, it's 1 a.m. for me, bro. There's no excuse for you, bro.
that part, bro. That part. Literally, bro. My calendar. If I showed y'all my calendar, that was my calendar for J1. Like, this is literally today,
Bro, back to back.
and this is every day, bro. This was today. I'm still scrolling today.
Wall to wall.
This was today. This was Sunday. Yes, Sunday I did calls all day. This was Saturday. I did calls all day. Friday, like this is literally every day. Every day.
I mean, was it productive?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
bro,
Okay, that's
your
fair enough.
fucking social battery is unlimited.
Yeah.
I know it's the caffeine too. I know the caffeine keeps you going for sure. But
Yeah.
you got a hell of a social battery. There's times where I'm like, I need to take a drive.
Yeah. No, I feel that. I feel that. I mean, I don't know. I feel like it's the way I optimized kind of just my life. Like this, I had the caffeine and I DoorDash this, and then I had a little acai bowl. So it literally was just like fruit, like strawberries, bananas, and then like the little like smoothie type of thing. So it's not like I'm not like having a giant breakfast, like pancakes, bacon, eggs. Like,
Right.
yeah, I don't really
SDR
eat.
maxing.
Yeah. So, and I mean, I don't know. I just look at it, the way I look at it is I'm blessed. Like I get to yap, get to talk, and press
I
buttons on
know,
the
right?
computer, and freaking money just spawns in my account. So,
Facts.
heck yeah. Facts. Now Jerry's capacity going crazy plus a baby. Yeah. The babies, newborns aren't bad though. They sleep, bro. Literally, she sleeps 16 hours a day. So
What's
it's
your
not
daughter's name?
Stella.
Stella. Nice.
Yeah.
Congratulations, brother.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Definitely, it's unlimited motivation. I say it all the time. Like it's literally infinite motivation. So that also helps with the social battery, I think. But heck yeah, I don't wanna yap freaking too much. I know we got Justin had a hand raised. Mikey, I know you've been probably cooking up. James is in here. Rafa's still dialing. Corbin, Lamar, Lenneth. What's good? What's good, everybody?
Shoot, a recruiter just called me right now, but it was solar, so I wasn't really interested. But hey, I'll take him.
Before the end of the call, I just wanted to get some practice in on my mock pitch.
Heck yeah, we could do some role play, some mock pitch.
I got my interview on Wednesday. I just want to make sure I'm prepared.
What company?
It's called Blue Grace. One
Okay, I
word.
don't think I've heard of them.
It's for a senior SDR position.
Here we
Okay.
go. Sounds
That's
like money.
That's a 65K base. They said about 150K is the average for their reps, and I only have to set 4 meetings a month.
Whoa, 4 meetings a month?
Yeah, that's it.
Damn. That's wild.
Whoa. Lenneth, I see you said you're popping in between classes here and there. What time would you want to, because I see you just dropped that round 2 interview with Wise Tack. But you said the sound was doubling up. But we can watch either that one or we could watch one of yours too whenever you pop in. Oh yeah, Justin, definitely keep sending people. Definitely keep sending people our way. And two, talk to us too. How's your new role been?
Yeah, new role's been good. Haven't cold called anyone just yet, but set up email cadences today. And really they want me to kind of study on the study up on like the product, because apparently it's like the deep end of tech sales. And then booked a flight to Michigan today.
Yeah,
So
that's fine. You know people out in Michigan?
no.
No, that's shoot. I can connect you with some people. That's originally where I'm from.
Yeah, no, I'm super excited. I'm going to Grand Rapids next week on Monday. So
That's fire. Heck yeah.
yeah. But
Yeah, let me know
no,
if you need some recommendations for some food spots. I know a couple spots in Michigan.
dude, that would be awesome, man. I think they want to go to like Pepino's or something.
I've heard of that.
But
There's a really good food spot. It's in the middle of 8 Mile and I gotta find the cross streets, but there's some good food spots.
okay, cool. Yeah, if you want to like shoot me a text or something, that'd be awesome. And yeah, sorry for sending those people over later.
Nah, bro. I'm always on the phone, so send them over whenever.
Okay,
Doesn't
cool.
matter what day, what time. I'm usually on it. Shoot, you saw what last night? I think you texted me that was like 10:30. What time did or no, that was in one of our chats. Yeah, he texted me your guy Alex texted me at 10:38 p.m. I got back with him in like 2 minutes or something crazy. But it just depends on the time. Sometimes like I might be away from the phone for an hour or so, but most of the time I'm on it.
Yeah, no worries, and no shade thrown at all. But like we both paid Sean, and just like he's
Yeah.
frustrated. So I think he's a good guy to sell it to. But
You
yeah,
might have to set me up with a. I've been texting him.
Sean's
Texting.
cool.
Yeah, Sean's super cool, but like I've been trying to get him to partner with us because I mean they don't do any applications for any of his people.
Yeah, and I no like hard feelings or anything too. I actually met Sean in person too. I went down to Austin like a few months ago. Super nice guy. But yeah.
Yeah, he's cool. Definitely. I'm gonna shoot him another text. I'm gonna shoot him another text because he literally does the same tech sales content and all that, but he needs to add the application services to his offers. Yeah, I just shot him a text. James, what's good though? James, how you been, bro?
Sharif, what's up, bro?
Nothing much.
You can hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
I'm on the move, but yeah, it's been a busy couple weeks. I had to take some time off from one of my roles. I went in on my first investment property with a brother. So
Hey,
yeah, so we were just busy with that, but everything's locked in now, so we're trying to set it up for like Airbnb and stuff.
that's fire. That's fire. Shoot. I mean, talk us through like what that looked like in terms of because I know we got some people that do like Section 8, but
Yeah, yeah, it's in Jersey, Jay, where I'm from. Basically, it was a friend of a friend's old his parents' house by the shore. That's where like the beach part of Jersey, where people call Jersey Shore. So yeah, got in on it. It was a pretty competitive bidding process, but I was looking at it for at least 2 years talking with him. So
wow, dang.
yeah, we're
What's your
trying to.
plan on like price point on listing per night? You think, or you still got to split test that?
Oh, I have no clue. I'm completely new and green to like any sort of real estate investing. So I still have to get renovations done and then get someone to do like the home staging and stuff.
Right. Get some comps and see what the listings in the area looking per night. That's exciting though, man. Congrats, bro. You got some
Yeah, that's
passive
danger.
income on the way.
Yeah, that I always saw like I always saw it as meshed together, like doing extra dials, doing over stacking jobs thanks to you guys and then trying to eventually start my own thing, but I've always been looking at real estate, so because people always need a place to live, right? So
No, for
Right.
sure. They say that you know what I'm saying, the rich, they could get rich wherever, but the wealthy, you keep your wealth when you have real estate. Like you maintain your wealth better when you put it in a real estate.
Facts. I mean, the way
yeah,
I look at it is like, I mean, it depends. If you're doing Airbnb, I feel like that's probably a little quicker cash flow than just if you're renting it out to like 110 or so a month. But like, I look at it as two ways. One, the sun goes up 30 times and then the sun sets 30 times. And then they're just paying you again, like every month. It's so weird. But it's like, who even determined, yeah, every month you pay rent, the sun goes up, goes down 30 times, and James, you're getting paid again. So like that part is really cool about it. And you get to build the equity too. So I mean, over a long enough time, like you can start using the equity that's built up in that property to then get loans on other properties too. So that part is cool. And I don't know, like I used to play Monopoly a lot as a kid, and it's like if you were going around the board and just collecting $200 every time you pass go, but never buying any property. Like you're just leaving money on the table.
dude, exactly 100%, man. I just had paid off my debts from like credit cards and student loans and whatnot right around the beginning of July. So I was like celebrating that. I'm like, oh, I can go spend my money now. But then I was thinking like that's just kind of dumb to spend it on. I'm not saying I can't splurge a little in the future but I want to like I definitely want to start something where I'm like, all right, 10 years from now or whatever, looking back, someone in my shoes. I mean, the market might be different, but I kind of want to have that experience to even be in a place where it makes sense for me to give out advice. Um,
Facts.
so I gotta walk the walk first.
Any tips too on like the job stacking? Like, how's that been?
Yeah, I was actually gonna ask about that, but overall, I've been doing my 2 full-time roles, and then I also got back on Glen Coco. Um, so I'm starting with like the level 1 offers, but yeah, started doing Saturdays as well, because yeah, I just want to stack as much bread. And to me, like dialing now is just kind of the same thing. Doesn't matter what I'm selling. So I just want to skip the onboarding. If I got like a new offer, I probably would take it, but I just don't want internal meetings.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
but yeah, I would say yeah, the job stacking is going well. My J2 is they're just now running out of leads, so they're like, "Oh, would you mind prospecting?" I'm like,
Hmm.
"Well, tell me where. Tell me where. Like, what do you want me to do?" And then they're just building it out now, where I called all the leads in their pipeline, and we're trying to go after our number 1 competitors' leads. So I'm like, hell yeah, I love this. It's like we're going to battle for the company. So
That's fire.
James, is that two XDR roles that you're stacking right now?
yeah, two SDR roles. Well, technically BDR, SDR, however you want to call it, but yeah.
How many?
James,
Go ahead.
I just have one question for you. How do you manage your managers with 2 roles?
Uh, so I'm lucky. My J1 manager,
Uh-huh.
he's like around our. He's like a millennial like me. He's pretty much the same age, so it doesn't even feel like he's like a manager. I just keep him up to date on one-on-one, and I'm like over communicative when it comes to what I need from him. So I'll Slack him or I'll impromptu be like, hey, I actually need help with this deal I'm trying to set up. Can you hop on Zoom, can you hop on a Google Meet or Slack real quick? And then that way he doesn't have me as like um
I
that way
see. Yeah,
like,
I
he
see
doesn't
what
see
you
me as
mean.
a liability. Like I was watching this Layla Hormozy video the other day, and I think it was called how to get promoted so fast it feels illegal or something like that. It was a really good video, but basically she said like if you want to get promoted to the next level quickly, um, your your boss basically has to feel bad um, if you have a competitive offer from another company. I forgot the exact point. So basically, the gist was like you have to make their lives easier, even if it's not part of your job description. So I've been trying to take some stuff off my manager's plate. So it's like, hey, if at any point they feel like James just not a good fit, then my manager would go to bat for me. So, but then my second job's manager,
Hey, drop the podcast in school for everybody else.
oh yeah, yeah,
That's
I'll pull it
that's
up on my
that's
phone.
some beautiful stuff right there. I love that. That was awesome. That's for those who missed it. I want everybody to have that mentality because that's the type of ownership that you should take in any organization that you get, involved in.
Yeah, I'll post it once I find it. But yeah, I also lucked out with my J2 manager. He's like close to retirement age, or probably even past retirement age, probably like early 70s, and he doesn't like to be bothered at all. He's like, hey man, like don't slack me unless it's something that's an emergency. I'm like, all right, for
I
sure.
love that. You got
That's
the
so
best
fire.
managers right now.
Yo, that's so fire. I love that.
Yeah, let me see if I can find it. It was she has a lot of good content. Hey, I was like sitting on their whatever the 100 million whatever.
Offers, yeah.
Yeah.
Low key, she usually has more game than Alex has sometimes. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, a lot of good, like good like over life stuff, business stuff, but then also like practical stuff as well. No.
Yeah. Shoot, I probably shared this before, but like we got to I met her and Alex.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
where'd you go? Vegas?
Yeah, Vegas. We went last summer we won like the school games.
Oh shoot.
Yeah, we basically it was her and Alex. Oh dang, Ricardo dropped it. He found the video quick. Fire.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, but literally we got to spend like a day with them where like we were just asking them questions about business and stuff. And like what Alex said was like they were sitting down, they paid some mentor or something, and they put a whole bunch of different like tasks like sales, marketing, hiring, firing, like a whole bunch of stuff all on a whiteboard. And then the guy was like, all right, Alex, you circle what you take care of, and then Layla, like what do you take care of? And literally it was just like marketing. That's all Alex did, and then like everything else in the business, Layla did. So like she was answering like all of our questions just about like hiring, firing, like just really everything business wise.
Yeah, that's dope.
Yeah. I see my guy Chris is in here too. Chris, what's good? What's good?
What's up?
What's up, bro? I saw your message today. Where you at now?
I'm in Philippines still, just chilling.
Yeah.
I'll
That's
be here
unfortunate.
till October. I'll be going back to LA for like a month and a half, and then I go to Japan for a couple weeks and Korea.
That's really fire. I might have let me see. I may have I want to add you to this chat group chat on WhatsApp. One of my guys, he makes a lot of travel content. His name is Thomas. And essentially he's gonna be like flying out to I think he's going to Thailand, but he's gonna be basically flying out and like recording like testimonial videos with like a lot of our digital nomads. Loki, I'm gonna drop the let me drop that WhatsApp in here. For like
Man,
anyone
like the
that's
only thing
international.
about that, like I'm trying to stay low key, bro. You know what I mean?
Oh, well then don't record with him. He's got like 200,000 followers. So if you're trying
Yeah,
to stay low
yeah,
key, I would, yeah.
yeah. No eyeballs, man.
I was gonna say I don't know if my work cares, but I also didn't ask. I just went, so yeah, I
Yeah.
don't want to show up on the news and some sort of.
Yeah, you might be on a documentary or something. So, okay. But I mean, if it's anyone that is international that you do want to, like, he'll fly you out, he'll fly out to you, whatever it may be. And he makes some really cool content, like just travel content. But let's
That's
see.
like going on Love Is Blind, and next thing you know, you got a bunch of baddies in your inbox, like, oh my God, I saw you on Love Is Blind. You're such a catch. Hey, Rafa, come on, yo. You don't think that might not be a bad idea?
Actually, yeah, man. All publicity is good
Nah,
publicity.
I'm
Yeah, bro.
I'm over
Thank you.
here.
Tell
I'm
him
over
all
here
of this is
selling you on
good.
it, yo. That's the salesman in it. Hey, that's
Yo,
inbound leads right there, though.
yeah, that's crazy, bro. I didn't think of that. You're right, bro.
Look, I'm gonna show you. I'll show y'all his page. Because he's gonna be basically partnering with us and doing just like a lot of marketing
Hey,
and
and another thing, Rafa, like think of it like this. Think of it as like a business play too, because every person that jumps in your inbox and is like, "Yo, Rafa, like, damn, like, how'd you go remote? How'd you do this? How'd you do that?" And the people that you nurture are your set, and that's 5% for every person that closes under 5K. So that's extra bread in your pocket on the nurturing. So that's inbound leads for you to nurture. So, I mean, it's a money play, but at the same time, if it's not something that you're comfortable with, hey, no harm, no foul, right? But I do want to open you up to the money that's involved in this opportunity. And then think about it
across the
like
spot
this,
being
man.
weird.
In that interview, in that testimonial, you know what I'm saying? Just drop it in there like, hey, my parents worked 2-3 jobs, to raise me. If I can't fucking work 2-3 jobs to get myself ahead in today's economy, like, shoot, I don't want to be at that organization. I mean, to nowadays with inflation, like, just talk about the reality of life right now in general. You get what I'm saying? But like at the end of the day, you gotta sell it. You know what I'm saying? Bring that dog out of you and sell the dream, bro. Pimp
Facts.
this shit out, bro.
Yeah, like I gave him your number too, Rafa, because he's literally in Spain right now. But I think he said he's about to go to Thailand. But yeah, literally,
Yo,
we were
Rafa,
on
get him before he
yesterday.
leaves, bro. Get him before he leaves, or you'll get him when he comes back. But Rafa, that's the money on the floor right there for you, bro.
Bro,
Well, and
that's
he
true,
was telling
man.
me he's got like a United Airlines or something, like a flight pass where he just gets free flights. But I mean, like he's got tens of millions of views. Where like a lot of times he said even like these like companies, countries, brands, like they'll pay for him to fly out. Like, but yeah, my guy Thomas is definitely he's cooking. So he's gonna be doing some marketing with us. But yeah, anyone that's international, if y'all want, let me know and I'll connect you with them.
Man, he will make some crazy content over here. It's you don't understand, man. He would pop off. It's more like, I'm a bit shy, Like here I'm at, without my
Yeah.
shirt in a group call. I know all of you guys. I don't really care, you know. But like, bro, there's so many eyeballs, man. That's just no,
I'm not
man.
gonna lie, bro. I've been wanting to do content for a minute, but I hold myself back because I know, bro. Like attention is a drug. At the same time, where attention goes, money flows. You get addicted to the attention. Sharice already just completely embraced it. I haven't
Yeah.
completely embraced it yet. There's a lot of eyes. It's a lot of eyes, and you're like, what are people thinking about you?
Yeah. What if our boss sees the truth? I doubt it.
I mean, I told him I run a virtual, like I told him I have my interview recordings, like, and I shared them with y'all. So I don't know. I almost mentioned today that, because when he didn't ask how we knew Omar and Sue, but I was almost gonna say like, yeah, we were working together at another company, right? But
No,
I don't know. I feel like as long as we make sales, and I
That's
feel
all
like
they care about, man.
yeah, nobody cares.
As long as you're hitting your numbers, you're good. Especially if you're overhitting.
yeah, that's what I'm doing now, bro. Fucking hell, man. Come on now. But yeah, all right, Dakota. I'm gonna take your advice, okay? I'm gonna give it a shot, bro. I'm gonna see what I can do, okay? That's crazy, man. Bro,
Yeah,
like, bro, if I didn't hop on this call, I wouldn't, change my mind or anything.
heck yeah. That's why these calls are so valuable.
No, facts, bro.
Just don't forget us once you're famous.
Come on now.
No, I know I'm playing. I'm playing. Let's see. Who
Hey,
else?
Raphael,
Oh, go
sorry to
ahead.
cut you off, Sheree. Is it expensive there, like as far as like the living, cost of living?
Bro, it's cheap.
Oh,
Honestly, it depends where, bro. Like where I'm at right now, it's like little Malibu, Miami. It's more expensive here because it's more like expat, but rest of Spain is super cheap, bro. Like way cheaper than US.
that's
You know?
awesome.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, bro, there's so many benefits here, bro. If you want, like, I'll text you on LinkedIn. I have a connection. We can talk more there. I don't want to talk about Spain too much over here. We're here talking about sales.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
I man.
I mean, it's up to you. You could tell us about Spain. I mean, I'm all ears.
Let me take off my headset for this one. Man, Spain, great nightlife. We have a thing called siestas, where you literally take a nap in the middle of the day and socially acceptable. And everything closes from 2 to 5. Everyone goes home and sleeps or just like runs errands, picks up school like kids from their school, and that's why the economy is terrible. Because like the whole country shuts down during prime hours. And aside from that, it's super laid back. Everyone here is just like happy because we have like 300 days a year of sun. Probably the best place in the world to party, in my opinion. Just like to go out and stuff like that. And managers. Everyone here is super nice, but they're a bit racist. That's the only thing I'd say. They don't like foreigners that much. It depends where you go, obviously, but not everyone. I'm not generalizing, but we do have, quite a bit of cases of that. But man, if you want to come and retire somewhere, man, this is the place to be. So many like retired people that come here. That's why I'm gonna go to US, man, because bro, like there's not many like ambitious people here. But if you want to just like live life, bro, it's a great place to come and live here. Amazing food. Ask Aziza, man. She literally came to Spain because I recommended it, you know. Now she's gonna like set up an operation there, and she went to Madrid and she absolutely loved it, you know. Like she was like, where's she from? She's where you're from, Sharif.
Yeah, she's from Michigan.
Yeah, and she's like, yeah, I don't want to go back there.
That's why I moved.
Fair enough, man. You know. Yeah, man. I already shared like pictures in the inner circle, you know, how like where I live, how it looks like, you know, man, it's absolutely beautiful. Just like the scenery, the nature, man, like the beaches. It's not humid over here, man. It's just great stuff, really. It's absolutely beautiful over here. But and yeah,
Hey,
like, cost
put
of
me
living
on.
low. Hey,
I said, put me on. I'm gonna message you later. I'm sorry.
yeah,
I had to get on that.
yeah, no worries, bro. Yeah, man. There's a bit of everything, you know, over here. So yeah, and everything's super cheap, you know, like, well, I'm making like 3 4 times the average salary here in Spain, like all ages, and man, I'm living really well over here, you know, like my bang for buck, like, and I mean, the only thing is it's a bit far from the US.
Oh shoot, Kenny just jumped in too. He said same thing. You're in Jamaica right now.
Bomba clot.
Log on. Hold on. Where you at, Kenny?
Raz clot.
Welcome
All
to
right.
the hacking out here, bro. This is crazy. Harry.
General.
Hold
on
on. We need to see the views. We need to see the
What's up?
views.
Nah, these views were only for people having 2 tech jobs at the same time. Everybody else, if you ain't stacking, you can't see the views. I ain't gonna lie to you. Nah, I'm gonna show y'all the views just to give y'all some motivation. All right, y'all going from face to. You see me, you know I'm on the water views, so
What? I gotta pin this.
you know when I pop in. Hey, you know we had to upgrade the suite. You know the tech money. You know I got 50% off the upgraded suite off the negotiations.
Bomba clot.
That's so fun, bro.
What run, brethren?
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, man. Y'all listen, y'all gotta start getting this tech money, man. Unlimited PTO is something serious.
Bro, I'm jealous how you about to be eating the next couple of days, man. That's what I'm really jealous.
Yeah. Already eating today.
Oof.
Nah, I'm playing. But yeah, no, it's lovely. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I ain't gonna lie to y'all and tell y'all that the PTO, the unlimited PTO ain't what it. Listen, I could be working because I mean I am remote, but with the unlimited PTO, why? I closed 2 deals Friday before I left. Why? Hey, listen, y'all got it while I'm gone. Listen, y'all got to get out here, man. Go ahead and stack them 2 gigs. If you've been thinking, if you've been guessing, if you've been wondering, man, should I go get a second gig? Should I go? Man, go ahead and do it, man. Go ahead and do it.
Live from Jamaica. Stack
Right.
them jobs, y'all. Stack them.
That's motivation, man.
Yo, Kenny, like, I don't want to be a pussy clot, but like, it's a bit scary, man. You know, like
In
having
Jamaica?
3 jobs, that's crazy, bro.
No, he's saying
3
stack the
jobs
jobs.
is scary, you said?
Yeah, like 2, 3. It's just like
Yeah.
time
I mean,
management, stuff
listen,
like that.
I'm gonna tell you the truth. When I had 3, I told y'all a few weeks ago I had to cut my third, and I've been just rocking with 2. 2 is great. 3 was fine. I'm gonna tell y'all a couple of things. One, even when I had 3 jobs, my wife said she never felt neglected. Even when I had 3 jobs, my wife said she's never felt neglected. And 2 jobs is not that hard. I'm gonna keep it real with y'all. You know, I've been at this point. You know, I feel like I'm humble most of the time. At this point, I've really been in tech. Today is my anniversary. Me and my wife got married today last year. You know, I got my first tech job a couple weeks after we got married. And essentially, I've been really working 2 jobs since I got into tech. So what I'll tell y'all is this. If you're one of those people that's in a space where it's like, should I add on a second? Should I not? Should I, you're second guessing, go do it. Do it. It's probably going to be easier than you think. First of all, you got to understand this. We only have 24 hours, right? That's not going to change. Listen, that's not going to change. Whether you stay with 1 job or stay with 2. Realistically speaking, I went down from 3 jobs to 2 jobs a few weeks ago. I really can't tell the difference. I really can't tell the difference. Let that sink in.
Are those both AM jobs?
One's an AE job. When I had 3, 2 were AE roles. 1 was an SDR role. So that's the other thing. When I had 3, I was rocking 2 AE roles. Not even 3 SDR roles. 3 roles, 2 AE, 1 SDR. Now it's 1 SDR, 1 AE. But like my point is, the 24 hours, the 8 hours, the 9 hours that you work, or however many hours you work, it's gonna go by regardless. It's gonna feel the same. It's gonna feel the same, whether you're working 3, 2, or 1. It's gonna feel the same because it's the same amount of time. You can't create more time. It's the same amount of time. You're gonna be working the same amount of time you're working now with 2, with 3. The only difference is that now with 2 or 3, you have to push yourself to find ways to be more efficient. Month 2 stacking has been significantly easier than month 1. Right. Exactly. Facts. Listen, my sister, a lot of y'all probably have belief issues, to be honest. I didn't have any belief issues because my sister and one of my best friends had stacked for years before I had even got into tech. My sister had stacked and had 2 roles for 4 years. 4 years she had the same 2 roles. The first one she had for 7 years. This is in tech. Yo, Kenny, just joined. You mind sharing what you going over time and job stacking, like how? Yeah, for sure. I mean, really, I'm just in Jamaica, brother. So I'm just, I'm on PTO from both joints right now. So, but what I will tell you is, like, guys, the amount of time you're working with 1 is the same amount of time you're going to be working with 2. Same amount of time you're going to be working with 3. Because it's not really about the time. If I only had 1, I'd still be working the same amount. What am I supposed to do with the rest of my time? If you're in sales, there's always going to be something for you to do. Always. Something. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you already hit quota. It doesn't matter if you hadn't hit quota. It doesn't matter if you're way behind on quota. There's always going to be something for you to do. And what that means is the time is the same. The time is the same, guys. Like, the time is the same. The time is the same. It's not about the time. Get that part. It's not about the time. You have the time. The same time it takes you to work 1 is the same time it's going to take you to work 2. Is the same time it's going to take you to work 3. And in reality, how it ends up working is that because you're working 2, because you're working 3, you end up having the ingenuity to implement things that your coworkers aren't doing. Listen, I have been working 2 or 3 the last year that I've been in tech, and I can guarantee you, none of my coworkers would tell you, "Oh, I could definitely tell you had 2 jobs." None of them would tell you that. What's he saying? When you say, do you mean like if I work one job 4 hours, I need to work 8 hours with 2 and 12 with 3, or like
No, I
no,
feel like
yeah,
what Kenny's
the
saying,
same with
detach
8 hours.
yourself from the time. Like detach yourself
Detach
from.
yourself from the time. You're not getting paid for your time. That's the reality. You're not getting paid for your time. You think you're getting paid for your time because you jumped into tech and they told you that they're going to give you this base, and tech is different because, nowhere else in sales could you get a base and da 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 da. You're not really getting paid for your time. They just have enough money in tech to give you a base and, bonus if you make sales. So really, you're not being paid for your time. You're still being paid to produce a result. And your job is to figure out how to produce that result. No one's working all 8 hours a day per day in tech. That's a fact. You think Elon Musk works 8 hours a day on Tesla? False. Yet he's the CEO of Tesla. That's a job, that's a job. A CEO is a job. So, like, what you guys got to realize is that you're being paid to produce a result. You could work 15, matter of fact, 29 hours a day. Do that math, right? If you do that math, you're probably going to figure out, it's impossible to work for 29 hours a day. Right, exactly. That's my point. You could work 29 hours a day, not hit your number, and you're going to be fired. Get them out of here. Why? Why would you be fired from a job even though you were working 29 hours a day? Well, because you didn't hit your numbers. Exactly. KPI. You didn't hit your KPIs. So what does that mean? That means you're really getting paid for a result. So what does that mean? That means, well, if I figure out how to produce that result in 30 minutes, I'm going to make the same thing if I produce that result in 4 hours. So now you understand it just becomes about how can I within myself pull together the resources to actually produce that result. And then you can let go of the time thing. You have a VA, Kenny? No, I do not. No, don't have a VA. I utilize AI very well.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Can
Y'all
I
should not be hiring y'all should not be hiring a VA. And I've hired VAs in the past. I've paid VAs a lot of money. So I'm credible and capable to say this. Y'all should not be hiring a VA if you haven't maxed out AI. Why are you hiring a VA if you haven't maxed out AI? For them to turn around and use AI? For them to turn around and you pay them to use AI? Why would you do that? That doesn't make sense. Max out AI, then you go get a VA. But 100%, you guys, like, if you're waiting for the magical moment to go and get that second role or go and get that third role, you are going to be waiting for a very long time. What AI sources you use on a daily to help you? I use Reclaim AI. Mikey knew I was going to say that first, right? I use Reclaim AI. I use whatever AI tapes all your discovery calls and demos. Whether you're on Gemini, whether you're on whatever, every single discovery call, every single demo, every call you do should be transcribed. If you're still writing follow-up emails, God bless you. You should not be writing follow-up emails anymore. You should not be manually typing your notes into your Salesforce or HubSpot anymore. That's not what you should be doing. You should have a transcript that you can plug into something and it literally gives you all the notes for your Salesforce or your HubSpot, and you just copy and paste them. You should, like, these are the AI. How long did you wait before getting your second role? That's a phenomenal question, Abdul. Phenomenal question. Phenomenal question. I started both my roles at the same time. When I first got into tech last November, I started one role in November. I started one role a week and a half later. So from the very beginning in tech, I have been stacking. That's why I tell y'all, like, and that was before I had Sharice's program. That was before I had Sharice's program. I got into tech, got one role, was in the midst of interviews for another role, secured both, and rocked them out both for the first 5-6 months. What you do to get jobs? What helps the most? What helped the most? What got my last 2 jobs was the auto apps. So,
Yes, sir.
yes, sir. The auto apps. The auto apps. Before that, I got my first 2 roles off the hustle, off the muscle, and then auto apps are magical. Yes, they are. And then if your auto apps aren't working, you should also be doing Apollo, right? If your auto apps, I mean, it's not that they're not working; they're working, but you also then need to go a step further and do the Apollo.
Facts.
Gratefully,
If the
I
auto
did
apps aren't working, you got to work the auto apps, work the Apollo,
facts,
work the
facts,
LinkedIn, work
facts,
the phone.
facts. That's how I got my first role. Matter of fact, to be honest, actually, I applied. Then I shot a cold email over to the hiring manager, and the hiring manager forwarded that to the recruiter, and they reached out to me. That's how I got my first role. So anybody has the auto apps going, and you're sitting here wondering, oh, I got the auto apps going, but I haven't got a role yet. Yeah, implement the Apollo part. Implement the Apollo part. And then, so I got my 2 roles. That was before Sharice and them program. I rocked that out for 5 months or so. And I said to myself, I wonder what would happen if I got an actual system and didn't do this by myself. If I didn't try to reinvent the wheel. Then I dropped one of my gigs, got in the program. Within 6 weeks, I had 3 gigs. That's what happened. I did 34 interviews. So, I mean, take every single interview. That's one way. I mean,
I want to add in super quick because what even started this conversation was Rafa saying kind of like how it could be quote unquote scary. But like personally to me, my bank account being negative $1,200 was probably the scariest moment I've ever had. That was
way scarier. Way scarier.
way scarier than me having a computer here and then another computer here and just being on 2 meetings and like, all right, I gotta mute this one and maybe let me turn the volume down on this. And I'm in the air conditioning. I'm freaking sitting in, you could be sitting in freaking shorts and like a t-shirt and like in a blanket. And like that to me is not scary at all. At all.
It's also fun. Like
Thank
figuring out the game, I didn't drop J1 myself, so I started J2 on the 2nd. I have another offer for the 29th, and I asked them a bunch of questions that would let me know if I should add that one or if I should pick another one because I have another final interview tomorrow. So it's just fun. I'm like, we're just gonna see what happens. How many can I do?
Yo, no, like honestly, my favorite part about this is getting random calls from recruiters for sales jobs, no matter what I'm doing, and like dropping what I'm doing for a second and then handling that call. It gives you like another confidence boost. And then just like one thing I want to add on in with J1, like I've been outperforming like way so much more than, but I'm not really getting compensated for it now. I'm noticing. Like I'll just be transparent. My biggest commission pet has been like a little over $3,000, but I'm like, man, if I'm hitting like 180% consistently, if I just had job two and then both hitting 100%, you know how much easier my life would be right now, and I'd be making more money.
Yeah, the way I look at it, literally, there never honestly has been a time like in existence of the entire world where you can just pick up the phone, open up a computer, press the buttons, talk, and like in a couple weeks, double or triple, if not quadruple what you're making. It's an insane opportunity to pass up. Just to be scared, honestly.
You'll be kicking yourself if somehow something changes and you missed it. Like, this is the time.
Yeah, I kick myself every day for missing Bitcoin. Like I was playing with freaking toys, but that's not an excuse. Like, so this is the opportunity we have right now. AI, stacking different contracts, stacking roles. This is the opportunity that's here, and opportunities only last for a little window. Damien, I see you got a hand raised. It says you're off mute, but we can't hear you. Yeah, it's still, I don't know, your audio's kind of, it might be cooked. We'll go Kenny M.
Oh, that's right. I was like Kenny M. I forgot there's another Kenny. Um. So the other day we did the peer method and the star method with Dakota.
Mhm.
And on the interview prep, I've been like tracking everything and adding it to the sheet. But I was wondering, are we supposed to delete the peer method and the star on the interview prep and replace it with the document?
You'll delete the template, but you'll keep the filled out version. Does that make sense?
So I'm like, my question is, every single time we do the cadence or like the steps for the new job, do we add the new peer and star method to every single one?
So this is the key to making sure that you're as efficient as possible in your interview prep. So if you have, for example, you know what? Let me see. I'll just pull up
You could
Stephanie.
go on mine. Well, I don't know if you could open mine up. Just so
Okay,
you
yeah,
can see.
let's look at yours. Okay,
I mean,
so
that would be cool.
can you see my screen?
Yeah,
Okay, so this is going to be your tracker. We're
I'm
going
using
to
a 2.0 one.
say that again.
Yeah, that one.
Okay, interview prep SOPs. We scroll over.
Oh, it's not that one. I'm using a 2.0 one, the one you said the other day to use.
Okay, all right. So let me just pull up. Let me pull up a new one.
I just sent it in the group chat.
Okay, bet. Perfect. Mm,
Use the last link. The last link. Oh wait, never mind. That works.
Okay,
I was like,
cool. So, you see how on this orange line right here, it's an example. This is the tracker. This is my interview prep 2.0. So we got all the company stuff. We got the pair method stuff right in here, right? And then we got all the star method stuff, right? And so if I'm gonna just show you what you want to be doing is because look, I'm curious, like we
can
don't
you click on one of my interview preps just like a so you
right,
can see?
but look, the thing is, we don't have any Kenny interview prep doc, right? Because if I pull this up, it says Coda interview prep doc. It has my pair method. It has my.
Oh, it's already filled out.
It's already filled out. The only thing that's not filled out is the stuff that's company specific, right?
Got it.
And
That's
so
why I
what
was
you're
like
gonna
going
want to do
all
is,
the time.
okay, so Kenny, what you're gonna want to do is you're gonna want to add your pair method, your star method. So basically you're gonna take this doc right here, you're gonna open it, you're gonna go ahead and you're gonna file and make a copy of it. For some reason, it's not showing me that option. But you can always go into the school. You can go to community tab. You can go to all docs. And then what we'll do is we'll just go straight to. Can you drop your pair method in the chat as well?
Yeah.
Okay, when you do that, let me know so I know you're following along once I show you what we're gonna be doing.
Let me grab it.
Okay.
Interview prep.
This is a really, really big hack for all of you guys that are wondering how can you guys be more efficient at your interview prep. This is where you don't have to add your pair method and your star method to every single every single doc, because what you'll be doing essentially is you'll already have this doc filled out with boom pair method. You can complete it using this doc, and then star method completing it with this doc. But what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to file and make a copy of it. So let me see if I could pull it up over here.
My bad. I thought that was it. My bad.
No, you're good. Interview prep doc, boom. Okay, so you guys should be able to pull it up right here. File, make a copy, and then you're gonna name this your name, interview prep. And then
I'm sorry. Can you go back and show me where to find that from the school?
So in school, all of our documents are right under here.
All documents, okay.
Underneath this logo, we got all documents right here. And so you'll go into that document.
I just sent a fresh link. If you could use that one, that'd be cool.
Okay. Yeah, and then you'll go right into here. And then another thing is on your job tracker. If you go to interview prep SOP tab, you'll have your interview prep plug and play template in here, because you're going to want to have that filled out for every single company. But the main thing is going into that doc, filing it and making a copy of it, and putting Kenny interview prep, right? And then once that is filled out with your name and you have it right, we're going to go ahead and add your pair method and your star method. So Kenny, is this that doc?
Yeah.
Okay, so all right, so we got our pair method in here now.
Having it, yeah. But
We'll copy that, and then I'm just doing it to show everyone, but let's see, interview prep, where is it at? Okay. So Kenny, you already filled it out with your pair method and your star method. So your stuff is filled out. It says Kenny interview prep right here. Now, if you have your pair method and your star method stories in here, you're right now you're only missing your questions per round. So what that should look like is I'm gonna just file, make a copy of. Actually, you know what? I think it's on here. Okay, this is the one that I need to be using. Okay, so then boom. Okay, cool. So I'll just make sure that this is all set up. So everybody pay very close attention. I hate to be the the person that says, make sure you take notes, but this is a really important step to make sure that you guys don't have to add the pair method and star method for every single interview prep template. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're going to take the pair method and star method that's in here, because once it's complete, it's good to go. Kenny, you don't have the questions that you ask per round in here. I'm gonna go ahead and make this doc for you. I'm gonna delete these because we already have them. We're about to add them. I'll delete this because it's already gonna be added. And then boom, just like that. Now we have all of our star method stories. We have all of our pair method stories. This is per our resume, right? This is based off of our resume. And now, honestly, this is kind of like, this is a little bit like too big. I would make it smaller so you could read it Yeah, this is a little bit long. I would kind of maybe make it a little bit more condensed, or get so good at selling or like saying it that they can't even, you know what I'm saying? Like for
Yeah.
example, I think you did put the AI detection prompts in there, so I can tell that already that it looks good. Um, yeah, that was wild because I could tell that you used to avoid AI detection prompts because it sounds human as fuck. Excuse my French. But look, so now that we have that pair method in, we have that star method in. At the bottom of the doc, we have questions per round. We got some interview prep cheat sheet question bank. So we got some golden rule of thumbs. Never ask the same question in multiple rounds. It shows that you guys don't listen. Never give the same answer twice, even if they repeat the question from a previous round. Reframe it, your story, or pick a different one. Kenny gave us that tip, right? Don't chase perfect questions or answers. Aim for the perfect conversation. You don't want to try to be like cookie cutter. You want to make it fluent. You want to make it flush. And then we got a little framework that you guys can use to really set yourself apart. And then we got our round one questions. We got our round two questions. We got company questions that's specific per decision maker, and then we got personal level questions per decision maker. And now that we have this doc filled out, you guys are going to want to press share. You guys are going to want to do anyone with the link. You're going to want to go viewer to editor because we're going to be editing this doc per company. And so we'll copy this link. And then, Kenny, I'm going to go to your tracker and I'm going to actually fill. All right, so you had an interview with Photo Booth Supply Co.
Yeah, the ones in blue are already done. Like I already had the interview with them.
Okay, cool. So what I'm gonna do is instead of having the is plug and play template, I'm gonna go ahead and hopefully I can delete. Matter of fact, Sharif, I might have to ask for edit access for some reason.
I got you.
Uh, yeah, if you can just grant me edit access to my Dakota Lamastine 718 at Gmail.
I'm about to prove it right now.
Okay.
I appreciate you going over it. Yeah, I was confused. I was like, I wonder if they added
Yeah,
for
this is always a good thing to reinforce for anybody that comes in. We want you guys to be so organized in this process to the point where you guys can have like as many interviews as Rowan, Rowan's done 30 in a month. And that was like, I think he was almost 30 to 45 in a month. He had 3 interviews on his birthday. And
Facts.
so
Loki
like,
requested real quick. I didn't see the request.
let me see how asked to share.
No, just try and like edit.
Yes.
I think if you just send him a link, he could go to it, and then from there he could edit it.
Request edit
Yeah.
access. Okay. All right, cool. Did you get that email?
Or Loki, let me see.
Oh, I think it's me. I just
Oh,
shared it with you.
you shared it? Okay, cool.
Yeah, I
All
just
right,
did it.
so now, let me see. Let me refresh it one more time. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is since we copied that link and it's edit access, we'll press, paste and tab, and then it'll see Kenny interview prep. And so what we want to do now to make sure that your interview prep template with your star method, your pair method is on every single line is we'll just delete the template we'll at least delete one template. We only need to delete one template for each line. Delete that, paste that into one line. And then now that that is in there, what you guys can do is if you really hover all the way in, hold on, all the way in here to this little crosshairs, once the little dot and the crosshairs pulls up, you can go like that, right? And so we want it to be on every single page
on every single line, every single column or slot. So the only thing that you have to worry about is filling out the company information, right? And so your pair method's already in there now, Kenny. Your star methods are already in there. You can even drag it all the way down and just load that whole column up. You know, again, hover over, that little dot and that
Yeah.
cross pull up, and then boom, we got all of that in there. And then all you really have to do is after this is really plug and play, based off of those workflows on your email cadence assignment and your mock pitch assignment. So if I pull up this email cadence assignment, right, and if I end up giving ChatGPT, the links from the company websites, and I tell it to collect all the data as it possibly can on that company, you can go ahead and ask it these 9 questions, or you can honestly go straight into straight to the top of this doc. And if you just give it all of this, then you can ask ChatGPT to answer those questions. And then once Chat answers those questions, you can just take this stuff out and fill in the blanks based off of the output from Chat. And then just to keep it like really simple for you guys, so you guys don't feel like you guys always have to give, these 5 links every single time. Once you give ChatGPT these 5 links and it's in that thread, and then you ask these 9 questions, you don't have to do that ever again. You do it once and it's in the thread. So now what you would do to make sure that you do your interview prep, like, email cadence and mock pitch, you'll just highlight the parts where it says fill in the blanks all the way down to the very bottom of the doc, right? And then you can make a copy of this, and instead of it being a template, name it company interview prep for whatever company it is, right? And so that way now, Kenny, you have, your doc here every single time. When you have your next interview, Kenny, what you're gonna do is you're gonna click into this doc, and you should, I don't know why it's not pulling up for me on my side, probably because it's your doc, but I'll just go to my stuff, for example. And so, for example, if I pull up my job tracker and I go to interview prep, you can see that, all right, so I got Coda interview prep right here. I'm gonna just make sure that, wow, I'm probably on a different page. I think it's on,
What are you looking for exactly? Like what's supposed to happen?
this is my job tracker. I'm just trying to make sure that people know how to do their interview prep. So give me 1 second. View only required access. All right, so I just need to go to my schedule calls one. Okay, cool. So, jeez. All right, so let me go back in. Let's just go to school real quick. Bear with me. RJT tracker. All right, so this is my default example for all of you guys. This is the new tracker with all the new stuff on here that you guys will need. So interview prep SOPs. All right, so I got Coda interview prep doc right here. This is what it looks like for you guys that don't have any like actual, prep filled out for yourself. But what you guys want it to look like is what we just did for Kenny, where every single line is filled up with your name. And so first round is like that, right? First round column is like that. Second round column is like that. And third round column is like that. And then when it comes down to doing the specific interview prep per company, if we pull up this doc and we click into it, the only thing that's not filled out on this doc is the stuff that is for the company. But we do have our pair method in here. We have our star method stuff in here. So in order for us to fill this out and not ruin the blank doc that has our stuff, because we have to fill this out for every company every time. So what we'll do is go file, make a copy, and let's go ABC 123 company, right? And this interview prep for them. And so now that we can make a copy of that. That's going to be the company for ABC 123, right? And so now what we can do is it should give me the option. I don't know why it's letting me jump through a bunch of hoops right now. But what it would look like for you guys is you would share, you would change this from viewer to editor, and then you would copy that link, and then you would throw that in your job tracker for the first round, second round, and third round. So instead of you having, Coda interview prep, it would say ABC interview prep for that company. That way, like, you don't have to always put your pair method and star method on every single one. If you just do your interview prep with your pair method and star method in there, you could just file, make a copy of it, go from there. I gotta make sure all of my, yeah, see, Dakota Dynamic Growth Partners is the one that I use. So I'm gonna just do that one more time for the visuals. All right, so that, yeah, this is Sarah's stuff. So if I was Sarah and I had all of my interview prep with my pair method and star method stuff in here, I would go in here and I would go file, make a copy, and this would be, let's go service now interview prep, and then make a copy, and then to show you now, share, restricted, anyone with the link, will go viewer to editor, copy link, and then we'll go back to this doc, and then now I'll just delete my template, and I'll have the actual one that I can start filling out for service now. And so this is the only stuff that I need to fill out for service now. It already has my pair in there, it already has my star stuff in there, and to have it completely filled out, it's going to look like this. You know exactly what the company sells, you know exactly who their ICP is. So when they ask you, what do you know about the company, which is a really important thing to know before your second round, and they're going to ask you on the second round, what do you know about the company? So to showcase your understanding of the company on the second round, you're either going to make an impression or you're going to give them the ick. So, if you can over here go through their ICP, that's impressive enough, because they're not going to give you a full blown, hey, this is everything that you need to know about our company. They may do that if they're giving out a 40K base salary like Alley Oop, and they have scripts that are garbage and they're 30% quota attainment. But those companies that are giving out 60K bases, just got a Series C, round of funding, 75 million in Series C funding. When you get on that call with them on that second round, the hiring manager's like, so what do you know about the company based off of, what you've seen from our website? And if you're saying, I think you guys sell this, that, and the third, am I right? And if you're guessing, you're not going to look very sharp. But if you come in and be like, oh, so I know, ICP's this, overviews here, verticals that you're targeting are here, and then on top of that, decision makers would be right around these lines. Am I missing any decision makers that you guys specifically target and prioritize over other decision makers? When you guys ask for clarity on the decision makers that you guys are looking for, that shows that you know what you're doing. Okay, so I really want, if there's any clarity you need, Kenny, I know I just finished yapping, but feel free to just ask for a little bit more clarity, or share your screen, and I'd like to see if there's anything that I can help you navigate on that tracker with your interview prep SOP tab. But feel free to share screen.
Cool, thank you. My last thing was just gonna ask you to look at one of the examples I did for the email cadence.
Yeah, pull it up. Show me. Are you on your laptop or are you on your phone?
Yeah. No, I'm on my laptop.
Okay, yeah. Let me see what you got.
Can y'all see?
Yep. There we go. Cool.
So this is one. I know Hustle's like the group, but I just did this one for practice because obviously I just started. So I did.
Okay. You want to pull one up? Whatever one you want to pick.
So this is like the email cadence, and I saw on the video you said have the doc open, and this is just
the cadence, right?
Just the cadence, yeah. The email cadence.
That's what you're sending to them.
Exactly.
On the third round, they want you to you don't want to give them the ace up your sleeve before, you know what I'm saying, it's time.
So you would send them only 2, or you would send them like all 4?
No, you would just send, or you would send them this entire cadence.
Oh, the entire thing. And then on
Show them
this one,
progression.
this is where the thought process is. And would you say to keep the
You can keep
the
the cadence
example?
on there. Yeah, you can keep the cadence on there.
Okay.
But
That was my other.
what I would say is what I want to like give everybody the understanding is. So look, let me ask you for this cadence. It says you targeted Jane Smith, CFO at a regional accounting firm. What's the company name for Visions
Advisory?
Man or Visor? Okay, it's Visor. And
Advisory
let me
management.
ask, um, can you copy and paste Visor real quick into LinkedIn? This is really important. Everybody that's doing email cadences and mock pitches, I mean, this is gonna be cut. This is gonna be like really, really important. Okay, Visor's a real company. Awesome. Now let's look at people. Click people and let's type in CFO. Let's see if it's Jane Smith or is it, right? If it's not Jane Smith for our CFO, we chose the wrong, you know what I'm saying? So CFO is Chief Financial Officer. The next closest person to a CFO was gonna be that guy right there.
This
What's
one?
his name? William David. He's a senior VP of finance. And then or CSO, what is Sharif? What am I? Or Keely, CSO.
Chief Security Officer?
There we
If I'm wrong.
go. Mikey, that's it right there. Okay. So when we're talking about, like trying to target somebody that would be really involved in making a decision, a CFO or a VP of finance would be one that to approve a budget, right? So instead of you, Kenny, instead of you having Jane, Smith, which is damn near fucking Jane Doe, you feel me? We need to put instead of CFO, we need to put VP of finance, and we need to put the name that we had right there for William David. William David, senior VP of finance. That's going to be somebody, that we would put instead. Now, I'm glad that we verified Visor's a real company. We have to make sure that we're verifying that we're targeting a real person, and the closest title or the closest title for that decision maker. If there's no CFOs, VP of finance is closest thing to a CFO. Now, I want you to understand it's really important for you guys to clarify on that second round with the hiring manager before you actually even create this doc to, hey, real quick, I have a couple decision makers that I thought would be people I reach out to when it comes down to pitching, what was it? Visor, or I mean, what was the company that you did the email cadence for? Not Visor, but the actual company you're interviewing for.
Yeah, it's advisory.
Okay, Visor, my bad. Yeah, so if I were to be, pitching Visor before I end up start doing an email cadence and before I do a mock pitch for Visor, I want to make sure on that second round before I even turn this doc in and get on that third round, have to present it and do a mock pitch. I want to make sure that I'm really targeting the right decision maker. So when they ask you, what do you know about the company? It's going to be important to go over the ICP so you know who the buyer persona is, and then also go over the common challenge of the ICP so they know what problems you're essentially solving, and then double down on decision makers. Be like, hey, I thought in mind, like when it came down to decision makers that would be involved in evaluating, Visor, I thought, boom, 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 boom. Is there anyone missing from that list that I may have, left out? And then boom, you get the extra 1, 2, 3 that's gonna give you the one up when it comes down to creating this email cadence or doing your mock pitch. Because if you get on a call with the VP and they're over here like, bro, you're reaching out to CFOs. Like, CFOs aren't the ones that are internally dealing with the day-to-day inefficiencies of this problem, this common challenge, blah, blah, blah. They may be the final budget approver, but we need to get somebody that's the person that's feeling that day-to-day inefficiency so much that they'll bring it up the chain of command and bring it to leadership. And if you get them on your side, you have better odds setting a qualified meeting than going after somebody that only cares about budget and could care less about that person's problems or challenges. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's a really, really big tip for you guys is always go through ICP, always go through common challenges, and then double down on decision makers and ask, hey, is there any decision makers that I may be missing from this list that I should add to my bag? That way, when maybe I do like an email cadence to show you guys my progression of outreach in cold email, or when I do my mock pitch, I can present as in a way where you know that I know that we're reaching out to a specific decision maker, right? Because ChatGPT's throwing like a very broad set of different decision makers. There's probably like 1, 2, 3 or that they're actually really targeting, right? Because let's say, for example, I don't know, maybe I do sell to small medium-sized business owners, right? And let's say that ChatGPT comes up with a bunch of different decision makers, but really, if it's a small, medium-sized businesses that are ICP, we're probably just reaching out to, CFO or not CFOs, CEOs, co-founders, people that are C-suite level executives, right? And let's say like maybe we target both big and small businesses, right? Massive corporate businesses and really small businesses. There may be a time where you have to go straight to the CEO or straight to the C-suite executive compared to if maybe you decided this week I was just targeting large companies where I'd maybe even niche down. And if I was selling a product that had to do with like marketing, maybe instead of a founder or CEO, I'm going to go into boom, oh, the VP of marketing, right? And so depending on the size of company that you're reaching out to, you're either going to be niching down in decision makers, or if you're the smaller the company, you're going to be niching up to decision makers that are going to be, the final sayers, right? Because those CEOs in smaller companies are wearing those hats until they scale. That's when they hire specialists that have that wear that one hat. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so I want everybody to remember when you guys are doing your guys' email cadence assignment, you guys are all right, so you guys are most likely always going to be, choosing the right company, obviously. Sometimes you might have to verify that too, right? And then we're going to people, we're checking to see that decision maker that we're on that page is a real person. Kenny before this had Jane Brown or Jane something, right? And that's damn near a Jane Doe because she's not at the company. It doesn't show it on LinkedIn. Jane Smith, right? So
Yeah.
instead of Jane Smith, we wanted to have William David, right? Because when we turn this assignment in, hey, maybe one person is listening to you present. The VP might be pulling up the screen and being like, is Jane Smith a real person? And the last thing that we want to do is be presenting hypotheticals. I don't know if you guys ever listen into a hyperbound call and we're talking on the phone with Jane Bowen and I'm over here trying to sell something, or even Alex because he's a little bit more rude. He's a director, or a VP or something. And when you're talking to these people and you're like, what if I told you I could do this, that, and the third? And they're like, okay, hypotheticals is great, but I'm really not going to waste my time with what ifs. Compared to if instead I used real social proof. Social proof is the most important tool that we leverage in sales, right? I don't know if you guys ever seen those videos of the door-to-door guys. Hey, are you the homeowner? Yeah, I don't know if you've seen our trucks in the area. Just got done with, Susie, Ruby, and Tammy. We got the solar done, and it's like now I'm attaching myself to doing 3 of their neighbors, and now this homeowner is looking at me like, oh, he's doing all the neighbors on solar. Like I'm gonna keep up with the Kardashians too, right? Or you guys remember how we close interviews? Hey, look, I don't know, or just transparent interviewing with several companies on some second and third final rounds. I do have a verbal offer on the table from company. Maybe maybe a competition, right? Now, when I'm saying I'm interviewing with these companies, they're like, oh, damn, they're already moving you to the second and third round. This is our first date. At this point, like, you might jump the broom with somebody else. So we better move quicker, right? So social proof is so important. And so I just want you guys to make sure when you guys are completing these email cadence assignments, we're verifying these aren't Jane Doe's. You know what I'm saying? These are Jane, or maybe Jennifer Johnson's, right? Real names, right? And we niche down at bigger companies, and then we niche up for smaller companies, right? So just keep that in mind. That's rule of thumb. But does all that make sense, Kenny?
That does make sense. But question, so on the cadence, it says for my email cadence, I targeted this decision maker at this job and this company because she fits the ideal customer profile for said company. So is this wrong then? Because for my email cadence, I targeted Jane Smith, CFO at regional accounting firm. She fits the ideal customer profile for advisory, which is the company I'm applying with, management, IT, cybersecurity, and compliance services. Because she directly, which is Jane Smith, oversees financial data protection and compliance readiness and IT spend.
So the only thing that's wrong about this, because you see the bold, right? All of that's filled in correctly. The only thing that's not filled in correctly is Jane Smith, because she doesn't work at the company, and CFO because she's non-existing. There's no CFO. So what you would put instead for these two things is William David and VP of Finance. And then everything else makes sense.
Oh, it's because I thought this, because in the question, I thought it was supposed to be a different, like I targeted this person at this company because it supports the ideal customer for the company I'm applying.
No, a CFO, like everything that you're speaking on, for example, if we do Jane Smith, CFO, regional accounting firm, she fits the ideal customer profile, advisories, managed IT, cybersecurity, compliance services. She directly oversees financial data and protection, compliance, readiness, and IT spend. That's 100% correct, because a chief financial officer would, oversee that, right? The only thing that it doesn't make sense is Jane Smith's not a real person, and there's no CFO advisory, or there's no CFO at whatever company you chose, right?
Got it.
So, we need to make sure that if we're going to be using any name or any decision maker, we can go to the company's LinkedIn, we can check under people. Okay, this is not a real person. What's the closest decision maker to the decision maker that I chose, and who's the actual name of that decision maker? Okay, and then you're good, right? So in this place, you put, William David, right? And then you will put VP of Finance, and then everything else makes sense because a VP of Finance would take care of everything that a chief financial officer would.
Got it. That makes sense.
Because they're the same. They're the same. Only a chief financial officer is way bigger.
And then for the mock,
is it Sharif? Is it VP bigger or a CFO bigger?
Usually the C-suite is bigger.
That's why I was.
Usually.
Yeah.
But it does kind of depend. Like every company is kind of different about it, but like usually the C-suite makes all the executive decisions.
Yeah.
And then like the VP is right underneath.
You're the chief. Like if we're talking about the president, the C-suite is the president. We're talking VP, that's the vice president, right?
So when we fill this out, we just delete this top part, right? We delete all this, and then just have the
that's
company
just the
name.
instructions. Yeah.
And then I think there's a green part, and then we keep this stuff.
Yeah, those are all, that's your close right there. There's your rule of thumb at the top, and then there's your round of questions per decision maker, recruiter, HR, and then hiring manager, top performing SDR, senior SDR, AE, and then there's your VP, director, CEO stuff. And there's always a good group of questions, eight or nine questions for the company, for that decision maker that's relevant for them that they can actually answer. And then there's 3 or 4 personal questions that will help you build rapport.
Cool. Thank you. I appreciate the time.
For sure. And in order for you to fill out those personal questions per round, I suggest copying and pasting the decision maker that you're gonna get on an interview with, like actual like work experience from LinkedIn, and then hey, based off this person's company or based off of this person's interview, or I mean based off this person's work experience, can you fill in the blanks or create this question tailored to them? That way you got some personal questions that are tailored to them. So not only are you just super intrigued about the opportunity as a whole in the company, but you're showcasing you actually genuinely interested in the person that's in front of you, which is not going to just stroke their ego, but it's just going to show that you're very authentic in your, communication, your engagement, or connecting with people, which is an important skill to have in sales.
Question,
So
I haven't gotten to a second round. Typically, would they provide the name on the email, or should you ask for it
yeah,
before you?
they're gonna say like, or one thing I will say is on a first round, when you're like, hey, just to be transparent, interviewing with several companies, I'm on some second and third rounds, and I do have a verbal offer on the table. When would it be fair to hear back from you? Let's say they say, Friday. Okay, well, I actually do got to give word back by Friday. Is there any way that we can move that process forward a little bit quicker? And they're like, you know what? Yeah, I mean, if you've been able to get a third round from this person, like, yeah, we'll move a little bit quicker. You're obviously something, you're a commodity. If other people want you, we want you. So we'll move quicker for you. And I'm like, okay, cool. Yeah. You'll hear back from us by Wednesday, right? Okay. Hey, and on Wednesday, you mentioned that you had three SDR managers. Who do you think I would be meeting with, and what are they looking for in a candidate? And now you can position yourself as, not only know the person that you're going to be meeting with Tom. Okay, so I'm meeting with Tom. What's Tom really looking for in, an SDR? And what do you think there are the main things that, he sees in somebody that he would like to add to the team? And like he's looking for somebody that's hungry, somebody that's not afraid to get on the calls and just, run for the fences, right? Swing for the fences. That way you can position yourself as the solution when you get on the phone with Tom.
Got it. Thank you.
So always, I want you to always ask on that first round, who am I going to be meeting with? Okay. And what would you say that they're 100% looking for when it comes down to, their next, their next team member? That way you can extract that data and use it as ammo for yourself in that next round.
So what are they looking for? Cool, I just wrote that down. Thank you,
So
Dakota. Appreciate it.
yeah, for sure. So remember, just okay, what does the next steps look like? I'm actually interviewing with several companies. I'm on some second and third rounds. When would it be fair to hear back from you? Oh, Friday. Oh, I'm actually, just to be transparent, I do have a verbal offer on the table and I gotta get word back from Friday. Would it be an issue, or is there any way that we can move this process a little bit quicker? That being said, you guys are actually my top pick, and I'd really like to move forward with you guys. Now you've give them that affirmation that they're being chose rather than, the other way, right? You're begging, you're desperate. You don't want to be that. You want to, hey, so I got social proof, but I choose you. And now they're like, you know what? You other people want you, but you want us. All right, bet. I would definitely move forward with you a lot quicker. And now that you could, okay, you'll hear back from me by Wednesday or Thursday. Okay, awesome. I'm excited. Hey, real quick, what does the next steps look like? Who am I going to be meeting with? I heard you mention there was 3 hiring managers or SDR managers. Who do you think I might be meeting with, or what are the names of all 3? I mean, I could find it on LinkedIn, but just to get clarity on like, okay, what exactly are they looking for? That way, when you get on the call and they ask you, tell me a little bit about yourself, you can be like, I'm a team player. I'm competitive, but I always keep the morale high, and I want to make sure that everybody is supported, even though we're all chasing our own quota. The fact that we're all still a team is the most important part to me. And so my main thing is taking everything that they told me and using it as leverage. Like I damn near read their mind. Like I'm positioning myself as exactly what they're looking for. because the little bit of insight that I got from inquiring about it on that first round. Does that make sense? Cool.
Yeah, bro. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, bro. Always, bro. Don't ever hesitate to give me a call, or you know what I'm saying, link up with some of the other boys and girls in the community that are grinding and getting stuck on the first round. You know, just keep recording your interviews. I know Damien had a first round today that he recorded, you know, so we should take a look at that as well. And if there's anybody else that, you know, has any recordings, we might be able to take a look at them. But yeah, Kenny, you're gonna kill it, bro. You're gonna kill it.
Yeah, Dakota, I wanted to see, did you actually, I sent that over to you. I think I sent it like as a voice memo.
Yeah, let me see if I can pull my screen up and we could or hold on, let me share audio. Also share audio. I gotta share a specific tab. There it is. And there we go. All right, let's see what we got. Anyways.
How about yourself? I'm doing well. Today's
Can y'all hear that?
Yeah, I can hear
Yeah.
it.
Yep.
it's going pretty good.
I'm glad to hear that.
Yes.
I do apologize for the few minutes delay though on my end.
No, it's completely fine. I was just waiting. I was like, you know what, maybe it's just a few seconds off. I'm like, hopefully it's Eastern time. I'm like, hopefully I'm doing everything right.
I apologize. My last call ran over, so when I'm back to back, sometimes they just go into the next. So
Completely understand. No, completely understand. Yes.
But I appreciate you taking some time out of your day to connect regarding our sales development representative role.
Yes.
You know, I typically like to jump in with some questions of mine and then save some time at the end for any of yours.
Okay.
How does that work?
Yes, that's perfectly fine.
Alrighty, awesome. So let me first start off by asking why you're looking for new opportunities at this time.
Yeah, so honestly, I'm actually a new grad. I'm finishing up my MBA. I actually did start my MBA in finance, but this is honestly a new space that I'm so happy to get into. I have an internship at DWU, and it's with a sales group, so they've kind of been helping me understand SDR roles and giving me that feel that I need to step out into the new world. So I think I'm ecstatic to start in SDR roles, and I think Tenna is the perfect place for me.
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
And are you still with pharmacy operations?
Yes, I am. A client solutions specialist at the pharmacy operations.
Okay, great. And when you're thinking about that next role in company, you know, what's important to you? What are you really looking for?
So honestly, I'm looking for consistency. I'm looking for a place where I can really grow, and just be able to be myself, you know. Hopping on the phone and making phone calls, I believe is something that I can definitely do. This is something I've been with also Glenn Coco. I'm not too sure if you're familiar with Glenn Coco. Yeah. Yes. So it's kind of like an Uber style platform for SDRs. You know, companies are on the platform. We kind of get matched up with them and run outreach. So that's something I have been a part of as of right now, where I manage different cadences and knowing how to call and when to email and follow up and get potential leads and move off of that.
Okay.
Yes.
Got it. And so, you know, why the interest in Tenna? Why'd you decide to apply?
Honestly, I think Tenna is a nice company. With when I say nice company, my father actually has an HVAC company. So I'm kind of familiar with how you can lose track of major things where you have different tools that are kind of being put down. You have different companies that are coming into the same workforce that you're doing. So pretty big HVAC company, and I know how certain drills can simply have that are kind of being put down. You have with when I say nice company, move off of that.
Okay.
Yes.
Got it. So, why the interest in Tenna? Why did you decide to apply?
Honestly, I think Tenna is a nice company. When I say nice company, my father actually has an HVAC company. So I'm kind of familiar with how you could lose track of major things where you have different tools that are kind of being put down. You have different companies that are coming into the same workforce that you're doing. So it's a pretty big HVAC company, and I know how certain drills can simply have another company.
One thing I will say is, you know, you're doing great, right? But I feel like you chasing like this super like professional like vocabulary, like I feel like you're getting caught up trying to sound so like perfect that
Yeah.
it's kind of help it's making you like stall on your thought
Yeah, a lot
process.
of it's kind of got you stuttering too. And then I would say as well, like 60 seconds or less for the answers, but numbers and metrics, add those in too.
Yeah, I
Agree
agree.
for sure. I definitely hear
It's
myself
like
being.
I feel like for example, you asked me like, so why the interest in Tenna? And then I'm like, oh well, I mean, shoot, I can totally understand with the problems that you guys are solving. You know, there's a lot of construction companies that have a lot of equipment for all of their employees, and this equipment gets left behind or it's laying around, and other people that come into that job site may pick it up, and so it helps, it helps protect those employees equipment, it helps protect that company's equipment, and I can respect what you guys are doing and I can appreciate it. Boom, that's it. Instead of like going around in circle, one circle, two circle, three circle, we don't want to get too long-winded. I always tell everybody, the more you get in the weeds, the more permission that you give them to get in the weeds. And we always try to keep it to 30 to 60 seconds, because if you could deliver that answer quick and sharp, they'll just move on instead of just waiting to hear you and keep going. You don't have to have like this super califragilistic answer. It's more so just breaking down the complexity into something very simple, and they're gonna be able to appreciate that. So let me ask you again, why Tenna?
Why Tenna? I believe that Tenna helps companies as well as companies' employees keep track of their tools. A lot of companies go
You see,
into.
you see how you said, well, I believe?
Mhm.
Like, if you did your research, you should know. You shouldn't have to believe. And they say to believe is to not know, and to know is to not believe. So you should say, well, I know that you guys are just helping solve a real problem. There's a lot of people that bring a lot of tools into the job sites, and when there's a big job site, it's easy to lose track of those tools. So I like how you guys are solving that problem of keeping track of that equipment. That equipment isn't cheap. And boom, it's like that, right? So instead of like how like those beauty pageants, there's like those there's those girls that you ask, like, what would be your main thing if you were president? What would be the main thing that you would solve? And then Shorty's like, uh, well, I believe that solving world hunger would be the main priority that I would try to solve. And then when they ask you, well, like, why? And it's like, well, and then they get stuck because it's like, why is world hunger like your main thing? And they don't even have a good answer for it. But so if you keep it simple, you don't have to worry about trying to have the perfect answer. I feel like if you can just understand the simplicity of things, then you'll keep yourself out of trying to improv. Does that make
Yeah,
sense?
makes sense.
Yeah, I
Okay.
would add too. I mean, I know you mentioned, say for example, I was asked why tenant. Oh yeah, you mentioned your father owns a HVAC business, or oh, I like tenant one because I've seen my father and his business lose tens of thousands of dollars of equipment, and if it was tracked, he wouldn't have lost it. You guys are the best in the business tracking.
Gangster. That's
Simple as that.
And it
That-
relates to food.
You
And
that's
know,
where you go.
a quick advice too, it might be a little bit lazy, but when you have so many applications and you're investigating so many companies, sometimes when you put the information of the company on ChatGPT and you're building the proper answers, you can also ask, give me an answer for why did I apply here based on this on my resume and the and the company.
Oh, you know what, Armand? That's
Yeah.
actually a really good. That's a really good observation, and
And if
I'm gonna pull that up real quick. So, Damien.
you ask him like to give you a
Okay.
simple answer, it's gonna be like you can choose it, the tonality of it, like if you want a
Yeah.
natural.
So yeah, no, yeah, Herman, great observation, great advice. Now, Damien, if you pull up your job tracker, you have an interview prep SOP tab down here, and if we scroll over,
if you're sharing, we can't see.
okay, hold on.
My
So this is your job tracker, bro.
yeah.
You have access to this. Do you have it starred up to the top at your like in your bookmarks?
Yeah, like you're talking about the job tracker?
Yeah, this you can see my screen, right?
Yeah, I can see your screen. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So on this job, the interview prep SOP tab down here, and if you scroll over to, let's say, this interview prep template right here, and you go to here, like boom, you can literally, if they say, so why Tenna, you can literally actually go, if
Just
you
already have those filled in.
you can already have these filled out, so you're not trying to make it up on the fly, because
Yeah,
it
and
sounds
I literally have that pulled up, and I don't know, still like today was my first like real first interview, and I still kind of got like stalled up, even though I knew I shouldn't say as much as I was like going, and I
so.
had it pulled up. It wasn't like I didn't have it pulled up.
I want to give you some tips. So look, right here in the welcome in killers start here onboarding. If you go to this doc right here, this doc has about a handful of prompts, about 7 prompts right in here. These 7 prompts should always be used to apply to your answers to make them more conversational and more, just more fluent in your own personal way of speaking. So Kenny uh, actually had his filled out, and you can see like he added those in here as well. So for example, like when you're doing any type of written or verbal answer, ChatGPT speaks in a postgraduate reading level, a postgraduate college reading level. And so in order to keep it really simple, you give it these prompts right in here, and these prompts will, hey, write it in a 12th grade reading level, use short and clear sentences, avoid big words or overly technical terms, explain things like you're talking to a friend that has no background on the topic, right? Because think about it like this: if you're on a first round interview, HR doesn't need to know that you're like, master's doctor level degree speaking. You don't need a degree to be in sales. You need to be relatable, and you need to be able to talk to people like they're a friend who has no background on the topic in general. So it's important to use these prompts right in here to really avoid overcomplicating your answers. That way, when you speak and they say, why Tenna? Well, I think that, or in my opinion, Tenna is solving a real problem. You guys are helping track. My father runs an HVAC company. These tools are thousands of dollars, and when tools go missing, that's money that we have to come out of pocket to replace that tool to continue doing the next job, right? Or the job that we're at, right? So when tools go missing, that's a huge pain point. And the fact that you guys are solving that, I can resonate with that, because I've seen my dad come home pissed off because, he lost a $500 drill that he just bought yesterday because somebody else stole the other one, right? And so if you can use these prompts to avoid being too overly technical, right? And use these little sprinkle in these bridge words, right? Well, I mean, look, Tenna is solving a real problem. To be real with you, you know, the fact that you guys are helping construction companies keep track of their tools better is awesome. And here's the thing, my dad runs a, you know, HVAC company, and at the end of the day, you know, what I realize is that these tools aren't cheap. Looking back, I've seen him come home plenty of times, and you know, in the moment I didn't know how annoying it is for these things to happen. But you know, when it comes down to it, these tools aren't cheap, right? So for the most part, I like how you guys are solving, you know, that pain point of losing track of tools and actually being able to track them. If you spend $1,000 on an iPhone and then it gets stolen, you better have Find My iPhone, and you know what I'm saying, you'll track it down and be able to get it back, right? You know, you didn't pay $1,000 for that phone for no reason, right? And so like these little prompts right here are going to help you turn your ChatGPT responses into stuff that actually sounds like you're thinking in live time, right? Right, adding personal first person phrases, like, I think, in my opinion, sounds like a real person sharing their train of thought in real time, which is going to add authenticity, you know, and make sure that your writing seems more human. Make sure your answers seem more human, right? When you're discussing these answers, or you know, communicating, you know, these answers, you're writing it or you're speaking it like you're figuring things out on the spot, and you're not presenting answers like you already know everything. You're actually showing the thought process in live time by using these prompts. So definitely want you to start utilizing these prompts when it comes down to writing those answers. And if you go into your interview prep doc, you can go ahead and look in here, and you know, when it comes down to asking, hey, why did you apply here, if you have given ChatGPT, you know, your email cadence template assignment, and you've given it these 5 links, especially the about page, I think going to be the most important thing when it comes down to, you know, answering that question, why this company, because the about page has the vision, the mission, the values of the company. And if we think about Tena's vision, mission, and values, it is probably going to be something along the lines of, you know, simplifying or making it easier for companies to stay efficient by, you know, not having to worry about tools going missing. And overall, the mission is to help companies save money by not losing money by tools being misplaced or stolen. And so when it comes down to me say, hey, why Tena? Well, I like that you guys are making it easier for construction companies to keep track of tools that, you know, aren't cheap, you know, and being able to position yourself as a culture fit with the vision, being able to understand the mission. You know, when you're on a 3rd round interview and you're on, you know, with a VP or a co-founder or somebody that actually created the company, you know, and you're over here aligning yourself, why Tena, when they ask you why Tena, because you're going to probably get why Tena 3 different times. And so you're going to want to answer that 3 different ways, right? And so the first round, you're going to probably want to answer it as, hey, I understand the mission. And then the second round, you're going to want to say, well, I understand the value of what you guys are solving, you know, and the pain points that you guys solve. And on the third round, you're going to want to show them that you understand the vision, right? And so, yeah, again, like Kenny always, you know, preaches, never have the same answer, more like worded the same way on every single round. You don't want to position yourself as, I have these answers scripted out and I use my script every time I'm answering a question. So you're going to answer that question, why this company, on every round differently than the round before. So keep that in mind. But remember, I want you to use that doc. It's right in here under Welcome Here Killers. You're going to go in here. You're going to scroll to avoid AI detection. And you're going to use these for every written and verbal answer that you have to showcase that you're not presenting these answers like you already have it figured out. You're going to have the bridge words in there. You're going to use things like, it seems like, or I can understand why, to show you're considering how people feel. So you just sound human in general. Because right now, that interview, we don't really have to you know, keep going through most of it. I will say that, like, I'm gonna tag you in this video that we did, and we did a walkthrough with Steven for his interview prep. And if you watch this video and watch what I was showing Steven on the last, I think it was, Wednesday's group call last week. This is going to be a really good video to watch to help you really understand how you're going to be doing your interview prep for every single round of interviews moving forward. That way you're showing up prepared to the T. But other than that, like, I want you to remember, like, you don't have to have these perfect answers of simply, well, I believe, that you guys are simply, you don't really speak like that. Let's speak like you're talking to a friend, because the more that you can be personal and be like a real person rather than sounding like you're reading a script or you're trying to have the perfect answer, that it doesn't seem as authentic as it could be if you were to just speak from straight, like, you like, don't chase the perfect answers is really the key here. Like really just take things that are complicated and make them more simple. Like, I speak in analogies. I use analogies because it just shows that I can grasp a complex subject and I could break it down into something simple. And so, yeah, I think that's kind of my tip. But for the most part, Sharif, do you have anything that you wanted to add into like the feedback from today's little recording that we listened to?
Yeah, I would say just doubling down on what you said. If you want to have 3 different answers for every time you're asked, example, why Tenna? Because anytime y'all are in the interviews and a recruiter might start, oh yeah, if I'm looking aside here, I've got your resume, I'm taking notes. They're being serious. After every single interview that you have, the first round recruiter is going to meet with the second round person, with the third round person. They're all going to compare their notes. And if all 3 of them meet together and they're like, yeah, what did he say when you asked why Tenna? And what did he say when you asked why Tenna? And they look and they read that you said the same exact thing verbatim.
Verbatim is
Huh,
crazy.
maybe he doesn't actually know why he wants to work here. Maybe
Right.
that
No,
makes sense.
that's
So
really good.
that's what I would say.
What else are
Outside
you
of that,
thinking?
though,
As
everything
far as
was
that?
gems, absolute gems.
Yeah, that was good. But yeah, Damien, it's just gonna come down to repetition, and the more reps, the more confidence, the more conviction. And it's not nearly as what's important of what you say compared to how you say it, right? I use this example, and it's a vulgar example, but like, let's say that, my girl like looks at me and she's like, "You're a bitch." And she's smiling, and it seems like, right? She seems like it's kind of like a joke, like, "Oh, you're a bitch." Like, she said, "You want to go get some ice cream?" And I'm like, "Nah, not really." She's like, "You're a bitch." Compared to she says it like she means it. I'll be like, hold on, who are you? You know what I'm saying? Right? So like that's a perfect example of like it's not what you say, it's how you say it. And these answers that you're giving in your interviews it's more important to have conviction, confidence, and how you say it compared to what you're saying. We've had people in interviews that we watched their recordings, and they're like, "Yeah, DW right now, I'm actually one of my proudest accomplishments. I actually just secured $30,000 in converted opportunities in my first month of being there." And he said it just like that, and he didn't do that, but they didn't even think twice because he said it with so much conviction. They moved on past that stuff. Oh wow, congratulations, that's awesome, first month already, putting numbers on the board. I love that for you. And then they kept going. But if you were to say something like, oh yeah, like for example, you don't know Glenn Coco like that, right? And so like you were kind of beating around the bush with it. So the more you beat around the bush with it, the more it shows like a little bit of uncertainty. You don't have conviction. You have a little bit of quirky awkwardness to it. And when we're speaking like, oh, I do this, like, you need to stand on that. You need to say it like you mean it. Mean what you say and say what you mean, right? And so if we're over here, oh yeah, you did really good when it says come down to like, oh, if you don't know what Glen Coco is, it's like the Uber of like the SDR world, and and it's awesome, right? But we don't want to necessarily just use a bunch of adjectives of explaining how awesome it is. We want to say, hey, I'm calling on Glen Coco $100 to $150 a day. I'm connecting small, medium-sized business to freelance SDRs on a pay-per-qualified meeting model. They just don't have that bandwidth to have a full in-house team of SDRs, as they are in those early stages of funding. They're not super profitable, and they can't pay for reps that aren't set in qualified meetings. So we help solve that problem compared to, yeah, I kind of call here and there on it. We need metrics and numbers. We need to use those metrics and numbers. And so I do want to tag you in this assignment that's pinned at the top of the community. If you're lacking experience and you're lacking confidence, you're going to want to complete this doc, and this doc is going to give you more experience on your resume. I'll add that experience, and then you can start using your pair method and your star method to rely on the experience that we're going to be adding to your resume, whether that's a SDR role or a BDR role, whether that's with DWU or whether that's with Rocky Mountain Credit Solutions. But regardless, instead of you just having under additional information that says Digital Wealth University internship, you're going to have Digital Wealth University SDR, fractional SDR, fractional BDR. Yeah, I'm doing 100, 150 calls a day, and when it comes down to explaining your internship, yeah, I've learned a lot about, the sales and business development, side of things. I've been shadowing senior SDRs, account executives. I meet with my senior SDRs and account executives Monday, Wednesday, Friday for about 2 to 3 hours, and we work on split testing subject lines, cold calling, tonality, deploying those email cadence, prospecting, making sure that we're reaching out to the right decision makers, making sure that those ICPs are exactly, those people that we're prospecting for are the right ICP. So like really nerd out on your answers when it comes down to some of these technical things until you get so confident and the process that these people look at you and they're like, oh yeah, this guy is definitely who we're looking for. He already knows what we're going to be asking him to do. So it's not like, it's not like you just understand or have an idea of the job description. You are already acting upon those responsibilities and that job description in live time, because they'd rather hire somebody that's actually doing what they're looking for in live time than take a shot in the dark on somebody that has an idea of what they want them to do when they get that job, right? Especially if we're talking about base salaries. If they're going to trust you with a 50K base salary, they want to know that you can come in and hit the ground running. So it's going to be really important for you to do that assignment. That way we can beef up your resume and you can create pair method and star method responses around metrics of and responsibilities of stuff that they're already going to be asking you to do. So when you come in and you say, oh yeah, when it's tell me about yourself, oh yeah, right now I'm working at Glen Coco. If you don't know what it is, it's this, that, and the third. I'm doing $150 a day. I also am shadowing senior SDRs. I'm split testing subject lines. I'm deploying email cadence. I'm prospecting. I'm setting qualified meetings. I'm setting anywhere from 12 to 15 qualified meetings a month, right? Whether you're doing it or not, or we need to speak on it like we are, so they're going to feel comfortable giving you that base. Does that make sense?
Definitely appreciate that. Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
I know it was fresh though. I know it was hella fresh today on our call, and I gave you the verbatim words in script in the style of how I want you to deliver that pair method, and you did a good job, like somewhat getting that in without, like
I
no
think as it goes, I think as it like goes in, I started like loosen up and like really, you know what I'm saying, hit it home. I think when I first got in there, I kind of like let everything get to my mind. But I definitely understand what you're saying.
We're gonna listen to a little bit more and see how like
that I got any type of
end of it
marketing
sounds, and then we'll maybe give you a little bit more feedback, and then I know that Steven's got a question too, and we'll go over to Steven. So let's listen to a little bit more and see how you close out the interview, and then we can kind of make sure that you get some beefed up experience put on your resume so you can redo your pair method and redo your star method stuff.
He wants to allow me to grow and having no, actually definitely to someone else's team. I do have my own LI meetings booked per week.
Alrighty, do you have to meet a quota in any of your current positions?
Yeah. So, well, with being with Glen Coco, I kind of touched based on that in the beginning. So I do follow ups. I do make calls. I probably make around like 50 to 70 calls a day while sending like 40 to 60 targeted emails, and then averaging like 4 to 6 qualified meetings booked per week.
Got it. Thank you.
That was good. That was really sharp. Maybe just a little bit more confidence, and that's it. But
Alrighty. How about marketing? Did you ever have to work with a formal marketing department for things like email campaigns, events, something along those lines?
With marketing, honestly, I've never been with like a company that has targeted mostly marketing. I do have my own LLC, so I do marketing. I do understand how marketing works and how to grow through marketing. So that I won't say formally with another company. I do have my own LLC where I do my own type of marketing, running Facebook ads, following back up with potential clients and things of that sort.
Okay, got it.
I think a simpler way to answer that, as far as like marketing goes, would be more so like I don't know if was she asking like, Sharif, did you hear like her question? Was it like, have you
Yeah, I
ever?
was kind of confused because she just like that was kind of like random.
Yeah, basically asking like, in a sense,
Tenna is not like a marketing company. It's a
well, what she was asking in a sense is like some companies I've been at where sales reports to marketing. And I think she was in a way asking like, have you ever got inbound leads? Because that's what marketing does. Marketing basically will put the word out there and then you'll have inbound leads come in. So I've been in roles where we worked hand in hand in marketing, and like she mentioned, like for like events or conferences, marketing might do an email blast, and then they just basically bring you the leads of like, we're doing a specific campaign for this tech conference, and marketing did an email blast, and then I'm going to be the one reaching out based on the people who opened and clicked at XYZ.
Okay. Yeah, I was thinking like, all right, but yeah, I think that's perfect too. Just talking about, yeah, I mean, I've had a mix of inbound and outbound, but I know how to prospect and I know how to handle those inbound as well. And then boom, just keep it short and sweet.
And any knowledge of HubSpot or Salesforce?
Yes.
So when you do your pair method, it's always good to, right now, working at this company, I'm doing these dials, I have these KPIs, I work with these tools. At my previous companies, I've worked with these tools, I had these KPIs, I've had these, quotas, and then proud achievements, boom. And then that way, like, your pair method is essentially your like most important way. Like it's the best way to be proactive on questions that they're gonna ask already. Because we're right now like 10 minutes into the call, and if you had essentially closed on that pair method, efficiently, they wouldn't even have to ask you what your KPIs. They're not gonna have to ask you if you're comfortable with a quota. They're not gonna have to ask you, what tools that you work with. Because if you're over here being proactive, oh yeah, so I know we only got a limited amount of time on the call to talk, and I really do appreciate you, giving me the opportunity. I'm really excited about the opportunity. So I guess, we can kind of start off, with me telling you a little bit about myself, and then, we can just go through your line of, your questioning, and, I can answer any questions from there. So yeah, I mean, however you'd like to start, we can go from there. And they'll be like, yeah, go ahead, tell me a little bit about yourself. Or they might prep you for the call and say, yeah, you know what, go ahead and tell me a little bit about yourself. Or they'll probably ask you something like, yeah, let me tell you a little bit how today's call is going to go. And then, yeah, go ahead, tell me a little bit about yourself. And then, yeah, so right now I'm calling on Glen Coco, doing about $150 a day. I'm using tools like Akrum. That's how you say it, Sharif? Akrum or
Nah, Orem.
Orem. I don't know why I always put the K in there. Orem. Yeah, I'm doing 150 calls a day using Orem multi-line dialer. I'm setting anywhere from 12 to 15 qualified meetings per month. Or I mean, like you said, 4 to 6 per week. And I'm usually, using tools like Orem for my multi-line dialer, Salesforce, HubSpot. I'm comfortable with Zoom Info, LinkedIn Sales Navigator. Just throwing out, boom, comfortable with Apollo. I'm sending out email cadence. I'm shadowing senior SDRs, AEs. I'm split testing subject lines. Just showcase like on the front end. That way you can cover more ground because we're 11 minutes into the conversation and we're answering questions that could have been covered in our pair method elevator pitch, and then that way you have more time to ask your questions and build rapport and make it a better impression. And I think covering more ground is more important because let's say they get on a call with Sharif, and Sharif in the first 30, let's say in the first 2 minutes, Sharif already told them the tools he's comfortable with, the KPIs that he's working with, at his, present role, his previous role, his quotas at, those, previous roles and his present roles, and some, proud achievements that he's had throughout his career, and also why'd he apply for the role. Instead of you being on the, defensive and being on your heels and waiting for them to ask you these questions, you could just already have them in your pair method to the point where, boom, in the first 2 minutes that you damn near answered, 5 or 6 questions that they're going to ask, to the point where they can get into other things and you can position yourself to be further ahead than the guy that's waiting for questions to be asked to them. Because this should not be an interview. This should really just be a two-way dialogue where, you're asking a question or they're asking a question, you answer and you follow up with a question on the same topic. They ask you, hey, what tech stack are you working with? Or hey, you say I'm working with this tool, and this tool. Hey, you know what that reminds me? What tech stack are you guys using? Now you're able to learn about the opportunity just as much as they're learning about you as a prospect. And that way you're not on your heels the entire time, and you're able to cover way more ground in the call rather than just waiting around for them to ask you questions. I feel like the best sales I'm not saying I feel like the best. I know in general, like when you come down to having sales conversations, the most important tool or strategy to have is to always have a question for yourself after answering a question. That way you can keep it as a two-way dialogue rather than just you being interrogated. Because right now, Damien, this is a full-blown interrogation on you, right?
Yeah,
So
I definitely feel that.
yeah, so we want
I
to
should have
turn this.
definitely been way more proactive on it.
Yeah, so the pair method, having a solid pair method is going to be the way that you put together a really, really awesome, answer to be so proactive that you answer damn near 5 to 6 questions that they're going to ask. So you're not 10, 11 minutes into the conversation and you're still asking or answering stuff that you could have said in your pair method. And
Yeah,
then so let's
totally
just
agree.
follow through towards the end of the call. What, 16, 17? We'll see how you end the call.
Great.
Yeah.
Really, the company is really awesome, very collaborative, very supportive, team-like environment where everyone's trying to help each other out. So
Yeah.
definitely a good culture to be a part of.
Yes, so that's what probably kept you excited to stay with Tenda for sure.
Absolutely, yes. The people and just the overall culture.
Okay. And sorry, I know I do have a few questions I'm kind of asking. What does the typical promotion path look like for like SDR to AE? What does that look like?
Yeah, so there's actually no formal career path or timeline. It's really based on the employee and what they're interested in. So I would say we typically see folks move into lead SDRs, junior account executives, customer success type positions, but it is really up to you and what that next step looks like. So we always recommend to new hires to talk with their managers, kind of outline goals to get you to that next step. But I would say we typically see folks move out of this position around a 1.5 to 2 year mark.
Okay, that definitely sounds good. And then what's the balance of inbound versus like outbound pipeline for SDRs here?
Pretty much all outbound.
Yeah. Okay. Pretty much all outbound.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Yeah. No. Definitely kind of hit my questions on the head. I definitely appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely. If you do think of any other ones, feel free to reach out to either this phone number or my email.
Okay.
But yeah, it was great connecting with you. I will have an update for you soon.
Okay.
But yeah, thank you again.
And then another quick question: would there be? No, you're good. No, you're good. Would there be anything that would be stopping me from getting this role or going on to the next interview?
No red flags on my end.
Yes.
I think we had a good conversation, but it is ultimately up to our hiring manager to make that next decision. But yeah, no red flags. If the hiring manager has any follow-up questions, I'll definitely reach out to you directly and follow up. is it on my end. I think we had a good one.
Yes, thank you. I definitely appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you again for your time. I hope you have a great rest of your day, and we'll be in touch soon.
Okay.
Okay, cool. So last thing, as far as feedback, as far as closing that call out, I want you to really start using social proof to move yourself through the process. I was mentioning it a little bit earlier on the call. Hey, instead of saying like, is there anything that you would be hesitant to move me forward? That's a good question. I feel like it's almost like you're fishing to see if they, and this is one thing that they're not going to do, is they're not going to be like, yeah, we see you as a red flag. They're never going to say that. So that question sometimes is, maybe more so for, I don't know, maybe a third round. But I honestly would just keep it solid by letting that HR or that recruiter be like, hey, just to let you know, just to be transparent, I am interviewing with several companies. I'm on some second and third rounds. I do actually have a verbal offer on the table. But that being said, I really would like to move forward with you guys, and you guys are my top pick. So, what would be the next steps, and when would it be fair to hear back from you guys? And that way, like, you can leverage the fact that other people want you, and then they are over here thinking like, okay, maybe I'm not seeing something that other people are seeing. Maybe I'm just going to move him forward based off the strength of the fact that other people want him, and good talent's not only on the market for so long. I know that as a recruiter. And so I'll make the hiring manager kind of, make that call whether they want him or not. That way you're making it to the second round by using social proof, and they're over here looking at you like, okay, damn, okay, just the social proof in general. Like, Damien, if you was dating a girl and you really liked her or whatever, and you're like, hey, I'd really like to see you again. That being said, I am actually seeing a couple other, girls, and I am, really excited to, keep seeing you, so like, when can I see you again? And now she's like, damn, other people want him, like, I want him too, right? And so that way she's like, oh, what are you doing tomorrow, right? Compared to, you telling this girl like, hey, before I, like, you're dropping her off, right? You're dropping her off, you have to let her out the car, before you let her out the car, you're like, hey, before I let you go, is there any reason why you wouldn't like want to see me again? And now she's like, is there any reason why I shouldn't want to see you again? And now she's like thinking in her head like, is there something that I didn't see tonight? Or maybe she did see a bunch of shit that she was like, yeah, I'm never seeing this guy again. You think she's really gonna be like, oh yeah, you bite your fingernails, you pick your nose, like, dude, you're weird. I'm not gonna want to.
Facts.
He's never gonna say that shit. So I feel like it's better to leverage the fact that, hey, just to be honest with you, I'm always working. I'm super busy. I have been seeing other girls, just to be transparent. That being said, I really enjoyed my night tonight with you, and I'd really like to see you again. When would it be fair to, maybe see what your schedule is, and look for an opportunity, maybe go out again with you? And now she's over here like, damn, other girls want them. Like, ooh, I like, girls love competition. Employers love competition as well. I always treat this like it's dating, right? So I want you to leverage the social proof, and I want you to close out with confidence, instead of you asking them, hey, is there anything why you wouldn't move forward with me? Right? It's more so of like, hey, I'm interviewing with a bunch of companies. There's some opportunities on the table, but I really want to move forward with you guys. When would it be fair to hear back from you? Okay. And then use when they heard back. I actually have a verbal offer on the table that I have to give word back by that time. Is there any way that we might be able to move through the process quicker? Because let's say this, right? Let's say, Damien, you just got through the first round. Let's say Sharif or Keely or James are on second rounds. They're already on second rounds, and they got verbal offers on the table. And now, instead of you waiting to hear back by the end of the week, Keely, Sharif, and James all said, hey, I got verbal offers on the table. I need to be moving through this process a little bit quicker. You guys are my top pick. I can't wait till the end of the week. When do you think it might be able to move forward a little bit quicker? And they're like, you know what? Other people want you. Like you mentioned, like our competition. Like I don't want you going to our competition. If they want you, we want you. And now, instead of Keely waiting till Friday to hear back from you, you know what I'm saying, and Sharif, waiting till Thursday to hear back from you. And then even James got it so good that he's like able to, like, he had a verbal offer that he has to give work back by Thursday. Now James, even though what I'm saying, it's Monday, James is having his second round on Tuesday, and then he's having his third round on fucking Wednesday, right? And now by the time it comes to Wednesday, they hired James, and you're getting to the very end of the week and then getting the email saying that they didn't move forward with you.
Yeah,
Does that make sense?
that makes 100% sense.
So we got to move with speed because Keely's gonna beat you to it. You know what I'm saying?
That's
Yeah.
correct.
Yeah, I just saw that question at the end of the like the questions. You know how you break it down for first interview, second interview, and third. I just saw that question, so I just asked it. But it totally makes
No,
sense. what
but
you
look,
said.
this is the thing, right? You recording the interview and bringing it to this call is where you get that real individual feedback, because if you're not getting the individual feedback for you, you may be listening in, and Corbin may be getting the interview advice or the interview feedback, and you might be like, nah, this doesn't necessarily apply to me as much because he's on a second round. So like I'm gonna just go, do my thing. I'm not gonna pay as much attention. So it's like the fact that you're bringing your individual work to the call, you get that live personal feedback for you. And that's where it's more applicable, and that's where it's more like you actually like instill it, you actually like apply it, because it's tailored to you, right? It's not like you're gonna be like, here's my interview and then go do some laundry. Like, no, you're all ears right here, right now.
It's
And
definitely
that's where you
pretty.
get the feedback that you need to take to the next first round and knock it out the park. And now you working on the second round.
Yeah, I definitely appreciate that.
Hell yeah, bro. It's one step at a time every day, man. Just keep recording interviews. It doesn't get easy, bro. This process is the easiest way to move with speed through this process is record every single one of your interviews and be adamant about getting the feedback, because it's always tailored to you. And that way you can take that momentum into your next interview, and boom, instead of you waiting a week to get past your first round, tomorrow you get past your first round, right? And then you're on to the second round. Now you could listen into Corbin's second round interview, and then boom, you're like, oh shoot, I'm so close to getting past the second round. I need to listen into how Herman handled his third round, because I just want to keep the process moving with speed. You know what I'm saying? So just keep showing up every day and really, taking as many key action items and gems that you can on the feedback that we're giving to others when we listen to their recordings, and then just use it for you. That way you don't have to always wait for your interview to be reviewed for feedback. You could be learning from others. I always tell everybody, like, the world is your classroom and everybody's your teacher. You can learn lessons that you didn't have to learn yourself by learning them through other people. So just keep showing up, keep recording your interviews, and then learn from everybody here. Don't tune out just because it's not you. But yeah, bro, just keep recording your interviews, bro, and keep showing up, bro. But bro, I'm super proud that you were able to bring this to the call, and you sent it to me, and yeah, get the right tailored feedback, because I could see you getting past that first round, in the next week, in the next day or two, if you just really dial in and internalize all this stuff.
Yeah, agreed.
My boy, Steven. What's good, bro?
What's the word, pump?
What's cracking, Kezo? What you working with, man?
I got this assignment and I just wanted some help on how to answer these questions here.
You want to pull your screen up?
Yeah, I'm trying to find it.
I bet.
Can you see that?
Mm-hmm. There we go. Yeah.
All right, bet. Well, this isn't it. This is okay. It's for this company, and they asked me to do. This is the one that responded off my Apollo, and they have me doing this assignment here.
Submit a video, record yourself, use this tool to record, keep it brief, aim for 3 to 5 minutes, answer each question confidently, submit. Okay.
So
Can you introduce yourself and share? Oh, okay.
yeah, so I got chat. Oh, this is okay. So I had chat answer all those questions for me. And I didn't know whether to use like chat's answer or like this is off my resume. And then also this is just my pair method that we made off that call last week.
Okay.
I didn't know which one to use, like highlighted.
Go back to the email. So it's asking, okay, can you introduce yourself, share a bit about your journey in sales so far? What makes you think Open Send's unique or Open Send unique? And how do you see our services helping potential clients make what makes you great or a great outbound? What makes you a great outbound SDR? What is your expected salary and OTE? Oh my God, they're trying to get you to say a number. So when
That
you
was my next question.
yeah, so when you talk about saying a number during that time instead of expected OTE, you can be like, well, when you answer that, you can be like, well, I've seen a different range, so I'm pretty flexible, and that just keep it at that. Don't even say a number in your
Can
answer.
you slide back to the email too that they sent? In this video, honestly, what I would say is even better. Oh, use this tool to record your responses. Click on what is that, Veed.io?
Yeah.
Click on that. Interesting. Make better videos faster, AI powered video creation. Okay. Because what I was wondering, scroll down a little bit maybe, or like I thought this was going to be similar to Loom. Because I was going to say share your screen, and like when you talk about salary, show your screen and show rep view, and just be like, I have done some research on rep view. I am very negotiable, and I love to learn about the budget y'all had set aside. But yeah, I 100% agree with Dakota said. Well, no, so what you would basically do is just go to like the salaries tab on the top where it says salaries, and then by job role, and then yeah, SDR. And then I would just share this as a screen if you wanted to, and just be like, I've done some research. That being said, but honestly, if you don't even, you're not going to be doing any screen share because they want you to use that specific platform. But yeah, no, 100%. Don't say 70 to 80K OTE. You'd
No,
be
that's
yeah.
why these two questions is highlighted because I didn't know what to put.
Yeah, so I would just say, I've done some research and I am negotiable. I'd love to learn what your budget is.
Sometimes they ask that question even though it's in the job posting too. So you might also say, I understand your job posting says.
Right.
That was attractive.
And then Sharif, what was that when you answer that, like when you start and you're like, hello, Sharif? Like, you start the call with a question.
Oh yeah.
That's what I was going to use for this one.
Yeah. If I was calling you, I'd just be like, hey, Steve, it's Sharif. Are you still XYZ? Like, are you still working at da 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 da? Or like, I know I'm calling out the blue. Could I still just maybe 30 seconds and explain why I'm calling? One of those two.
What is that? Open-ended? What is it? What is that?
Yeah, open-ended question.
And then what's the psychology behind that question that in the beginning?
I mean, it keeps the conversation open. Like if you ask a yes or no, outside of depending on what I'm calling for. So like I'll mention like Good Party, for example. I'd start that call off like, hey, Steve, it's Sharif. Are you still running for city council? Obviously, 9 times out of 10, you're going to say yes. And then I'm going to go to, my pitch. But if you say no, then the rest of the call really doesn't matter. So that's the only time like I'll ask the close ended if it's something to qualify them, and I'm still throwing in there. It's not just like a, you know, question where there's no research, but like I see that you're running for city council, or I see that you're running for school board. So that's how I'll phrase that.
Okay, because yeah, I just kind of wanted to touch on like what the psychology was of like using that name as a question.
And then also,
go ahead.
So here, I'll like let me put this in the chat because the way you phrase it, like, is the tonality of it, but you would say, hey, name. So like you're not asking, is this Steve? You're saying, hey, Steve. Because if you say, is this Steve? Well, now it's like, oh, so you don't even know who I am.
So using the right tonality in the intro will.
And then this is, I'll put this as like my second line. I like this one a lot too. So I'll say, hey, Steve, it's Sharif. Are you still running for school board? Yeah, I am. It's great to speak with you. Again, my name's Sharif. Work with nonprofit goodparty.org. We're helping those running for nonpartisan seats totally free, localized voter data, free election tools. If you had maybe 45 more seconds, I'd love to just email them over. So like that's one way I open the calls. And then for my other role, I'll run through essentially the way I open it is going to be, hey, Steve. Hey, Steve, it's Sharif with the University of Utah State on the career guide team. Are you familiar at all with the guide the university publishes every year, Steve? And like that question is also technically a close-ended question, but I'm still directing you in a way where either way, the answer doesn't matter. Oh, yeah, I've seen the university guide. I literally go right into the same thing. Oh, no, I haven't seen the university guide. Either way, it doesn't matter. I just say, oh, okay, you know, we help some companies gain more exposure just to the opportunities that students are looking for. Look, I want to be respectful for your time. Can I give you a quick 30-second overview? If it interests you, we could always set up a better time. Sound good?
Okay.
So for that, I would just say like my go-to technique for starting a conversation, I like to start by using their name. By saying like, hey, first name, in a tonality where it sounds like I'm asking a question, then you go into an open-ended question. So
Okay. Can you repeat that so I can type that out?
yeah, so I would say I like to start by using their, and I'd say using like either their first name or a shortened version of their name or their first name. So for again, like if I was calling you, I'd say, hey, Steve. I wouldn't say like your full first name. So yeah, I like to start by using their first name with the tonality of it being a question, and then introducing myself and asking them an open-ended question.
Okay, so there shouldn't be an and, there should be a comma. And then what does it do?
So open-ended question just keeps the conversation open. So like I'm trying to think of an example for if I was calling and I worked at Google and I was calling someone at Amazon, my open-ended question would be like, hey, Steve, it's Sharif. Can I steal 30 seconds just explain why I'm calling? Yeah, sure, go ahead. I'm about to run into a meeting. Ah, okay, got you. Yeah, I'm just curious, how are y'all handling your internal team meetings? And the reason I'm saying like, how are y'all handling your internal team meetings is because then you're going to go down a little rabbit hole of like, well, we're using this, we're using that, we're using this, compared to me saying like, do y'all have a software? If I were to ask a closing question, I was like, do you have a software for team meetings? Oh yeah, we're all set. Thanks. Bye. Oh no, we don't have anything. We don't do team meetings. All right, bye. So I say, how are you handling internal team meetings. And then from there, I mean, that's kind of the essentially start of the conversation. Like, so that should be good for that answer.
All right, for sure. Yeah, those are just my two. Oh, and then which one did y'all? Because it's a 3 to 5 minute. One, did I use the chat one or just my
You
pair?
can save your pair method for like the interview, like
Okay.
on the phone.
All right, bet.
We'll still keep it in there, but this is the script. Yeah, or no, you don't need to keep it in there. This is just the script for answering that.
Yeah, no, I got a different template for
Okay.
the interview prep.
Okay. I just messaged you too to have a really nice way of getting that open to, or that way you open the conversation.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Read that over real quick and then let's get Sharif's stamp of approval on it.
Yeah, you cooked that quick. Goodness gracious.
All right, read it.
All right. My go-to technique for starting conversation is to keep it simple, direct, and rooted in tonality. Instead of asking, "Is this name? Is this?" and then that person's name question mark, I'll say, "Hey, your name question mark," with a slight upward inflection. That does two things. It grabs their attention and gets quick confirmation without feeling like I'm reading off a script. Sometimes I'll stack it with a memory jog, like, "Hey, that person, remember me from such and such company," and then pause. That pause is intentional, gives them space to engage before I launch into my purpose. From there, I acknowledge the reality of the situation. Hey, I know I'm calling you out the blue. Do you mind if I steal 30 seconds? That transparency just kind of disarms them. The reason I do it this way is because I want to sound human and not transactional. I'm using tonality and timing to spark curiosity, and then once I've earned that 30-second window, I'll share a quick credibility point, like mentioning a similar decision maker at a similar company and a challenge I keep hearing. That way, they're already leaning in, wondering if the same applies to them. It turns a cold call into more of a natural, relevant conversation.
So you want to read that like, you want to bring it to life. So, for example, instead of just saying like it like you're reading it, I want you to practice actually like speaking it in a way where it's like you're thinking in live time. So, be like, oh yeah, so for my go-to technique for starting a conversation usually is just to keep it simple. I try to keep it direct and I really stay rooted in my tonality. So instead of, asking, is this name? I'll say, hey, name, with that slight like upward inflection. That does two things. It grabs their attention and it gets that quick confirmation without feeling like I'm reading off a script. So it's like sometimes I'll stack it with like a memory jog, like hey, name, it's me from is Steven from Glen Coco, right? Or Steven from company. And that pause after it pulls them in like, hey, do I know this person? And then, hey, look, I know I'm calling you out of the blue, but maybe, or I just got off a call with a similar decision maker from a similar company. I keep hearing the same problem. Mind if I steal 30 seconds just to explain why I'm calling? And then boom, that permission based opener, right, is your way of like really being polite and being human about it, right? And then the reason why I do this is because I want to sound like somebody that's been speaking with other people in the same space with the same title, to keep my authority high. And then using that tonality and that timing really keeps them engaged. And so once I get that 30-second window, I'll share that credibility point, like, yeah, mentioning, similar decision maker, a similar company had a similar challenge. I keep hearing, it made me think of you. I want it. And then that's going to get them to lean in. And then, I'm just wondering if it applies to them, which usually turns the cold call into a real natural way to start that conversation. And then boom. So like I want you to practice like bringing that to life instead of like really just reading off of this. Um, and I'll probably just send you a revised version where it sounds verbatim
Yeah,
to.
that was fire though. I like that, honestly. I mean, the way that Steven was reading it was perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tried to like not do it, like kind of.
Sometimes you got to improv while
Mm.
you're reading it. So if you go off the script a little bit, it doesn't, even right when they might think you're reading off the script, they're like, yeah, no, he's reading out. He's not reading off the script. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, for sure.
I
Yeah,
know.
I know. Every time I see one of these, I know Keely, she too good for these assignment. For the interview. Well, I always think of her before I see them, but this is the first one I'm actually doing because the interviews was like the ones I did this week was more for just like reps. So I need to just try to build that pipeline again of 10 in the week, see what stats, and then Toast is Friday. So like that's the one I'm really
Yes, sir.
looking forward to. And then I got the I got you. I got the here we go. So that prospecting email that we did Wednesday or whatever, I think I'm gonna just look it over, reformat it so it don't look like, because like I had just filled in the names. What is this? Post. This one. So I'm just like, well, I guess because I've never done one of these, so like, are these like emojis okay? Should some stuff be bold? Like, what is?
Mm,
And then like, should I be sending all this? Because all they asked for was submit your completed prospecting email.
So just send the email sequence. Don't send the oh, it said thought process?
No, it just says to send the completed prospecting email.
Yeah, just send the email cadence, and then that thought process stuff is the ace up your sleeve, because when you get on the third round to present it, you want to be able to present it.
Oh, for sure.
Like you're thinking in live time. So create a separate doc and put just the email cadence on that doc and then send it to them. And then when you get on that third round, when they ask you like, so tell me a little bit about your email cadence, you can pull up the thought process doc and read off of that.
All right, and then I guess did this go through? Because this made 4 touches.
Yeah.
Where
It's the template is 4 touches.
Okay. Yeah, I think they said.
What did it ask? Make a prospecting email. Yeah. So like, when you get on that call, you could be like, hey, I just thought I'd send you a sequence so you could see the progression of what my emails look like. Because when you say something like, usually sometimes you don't get a response until maybe your third, sometimes even 6 or 7 touches.
6, 7.
Okay.
So it's like, you might not get an email response from just one touch. Sharif, when do you see you get a response when you do prospect cold emails?
I'm not gonna lie, I don't do cold emails anymore.
Okay, so
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
I don't know. Cold email is so like, it's just something you have in the background, but like, I don't know. I feel like I don't know. Cold email, it could be hit or miss. Like I've seen people say on the 9th or 10th touch, people will like that's the average it takes, but like that'll count like cold calls, like LinkedIn, like so yeah. I, honestly, for all my roles, I don't even have any cold email going out. Good Party is inbound leads, and then Momentous, they also have the leads for us too, and we just literally dial, and then they have like what is it called, Missive, and there's also this other tool that does like bulk email, but even then like the bulk email stuff really doesn't hit the same.
Yeah.
I don't know. I honestly, I'm starting to not even like email, like, especially when people, whenever someone's like, oh yeah, just send me an email. I just say, okay, I really never send an email because it's like I'm gonna get out of my flow cold calling and send you this and that and this. Like, yes, it's good to have and like good to have in the background, like automated, but I don't know. I've been recently like just calling is really what's done it.
I mean, that's how it was when we showed up to people's houses. They'll be like, yeah, you could just come back on Saturday. And I'm like, okay, well, I mean, I'm usually not, I mean, I'm out on Saturdays, but I have a bunch of other appointments to do. But I mean, shoot, usually this just takes like 3 to 5 minutes and I'll just show it to you, put it down on paper. If you like it, great. If you don't, that's cool too. But at least you have the information moving forward. And it's like, it's better to just go for the kill when you got them rather than, you know what I'm saying, try to
Right.
circle back. That shit is not, it doesn't, it's not a good use of your time. And most of the time, they're just trying to get you off the porch.
Yeah, 100%. They're
Just
just
off the
pushing you
phone,
off.
you know?
110%.
Yeah.
For sure. And then should I leave like this part, or do I just keep that like as my thought process when I gotta present it?
I would get rid of that.
Yeah, you could just
Yeah,
get that stuff.
because anyone that actually uses ChatGPT knows that's chat. Yeah, email one. I would just say, yeah, email one, subject, something came up that made me think of you.
Are
One
these
thing I do though, the times I do send emails, for example, like in my job one, I'll send them because what's weird, we don't have any automations for like when we book demos, and it's full cycle, so I'm running the demos myself too. So I will send the first letter in all my emails is a lowercase, like on my
rookie
subject
loans?
line. So like on all my subject lines, the first letter I don't capitalize it. So that, yeah, like I would make that a lowercase. And like I think that alone makes it seem like it's sent by a human.
Okay.
So I do that, and then if you wanted to get extra with it, you also could pit like, yeah, copy that first name and then like something well, no. I would because that, what did they give you? They
No,
gave you
they just had to submit your prospecting.
but did they say like who your prospect should be? Like where's the Joe whatever his name is guy coming from? Because I saw that in all caps. It was like Joe something with the K. Oh, the owner of Press Cafe. So Joe is the owner of Press Cafe. I mean, sometimes what I'd even do, like in the subject line for the first one, it might sound a little bit corny, but I'd be like, Joe, like lowercase Joe, are you pressed to open this email?
Oh, Press Cafe.
Oh no, yeah, pressed. Are you? I just say, are you pressed to open this email? Yeah, something like that. And then yeah, boom, hey, I've been speaking with hey Joe, I've been speaking with a lot of restaurant operators lately, and a specific challenge keeps coming up that made me think of you at Pressed Cafe. I would add that, like right at Press Cafe. And then like you could, I mean, sometimes I'll even put like you could put like the little the semicolon and the smile, like the little winky face or something.
Okay, bro.
And like you could even do that in the subject line too, but like that would get me a lot of open rates.
Because I can't believe movie cases, Joe.
Email risen. That's
no, literally though, because it's like I try to make my emails so like just not like too off the wall, obviously, but like out of left field where it's like, all right, you're gonna click it.
Well, it says encourage creativity.
Yeah, boom.
All right. This is for buddies, so I'm gonna redo it with like that same template. So I guess I'll just go to my tracker. And then I'll just use this to I'll just use this along with what they gave me here, like with the blog posts and stuff. And yeah, go from there. All right, for sure.
Bet 5. Yo, Rohan, what's good? What's good?
Yeah, what's good? How's it going?
Good, bro. How about you?
Doing well. I had 3 interviews today.
Dang.
One was with Tech Systems, in-person job, SDR role. The other was with Care.com, if you
Okay,
heard
I've
about
heard of
it.
them. Yeah, oh, low-key, I've heard of both of them. Yo,
Okay.
tech systems, they might be really, really good on RevView.
Yeah, I checked them out on RepView, and it seemed like a decent job.
And then what was the third one you interviewed with?
Grafana Labs. I was really excited about that one.
Let me see. Okay, I saw that recording. Should we listen to the recording?
Yeah, I'm down.
Let's see. Let me. All right.
There, here's 1 second. So weird because like okay, so by default my the Gong note taker, the Grafana note taker, the one without a logo.
Yeah.
Comes in and joins, and then we just rolled out this new technology called right here, just to
Okay,
record
there we
this
go.
conversation. So I take the conversation off of like 2 recorders, and I'm like, perhaps redundant. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah, that's cool. That's the first time I saw that like a note-taking software join before like an interview did.
Yeah, it's funny. The moment you join is when it joins with you usually. So like once you accept them, it's like cool. It sets everything up. It's actually cool technology. Like in my world, I interview a ton, and so the beautiful thing for me is like I'll pull up a profile after the conversation, I'll hit import, and it'll like, let's say I added like 3-4 days later. I might have talked to like 3 or 4 people, since then, and so it'll just be like, at this minute, like ask this question and said this, and it gives me a full detailed rundown, and I just really quickly review it, and I'm like, oh, that's right, I love that answer when that person said that, or that's right, this was a red flag, or something of that nature. So
yeah,
it helps keep this thing like really well organized and moving forward. And the dream supposedly, I don't know if this is the case, but apparently it learns like preferences, communication style over time, so it starts to call things out, make suggestions. I don't know if I want to let a machine do my hiring for me. I'll take where we're at right now. I'll just tell you that.
Yeah, that's so cool though.
Rohan, did I say that?
Yep.
I'm Ramsey. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
This Monday, how you doing?
It's going well. Being productive today. It's a Monday, so trying to get the momentum going and keep the momentum the rest of the week.
Yeah, for sure. Did you have a good weekend?
Yeah, I did. I actually went to this place in Philly, in Philadelphia, PA, that I was meaning to check out in the city. So just went like a city day basically, sightseeing. How about you?
Cool. It was a weekend of chores. I was finally able to like get caught up with a bunch of stuff, which was nice. Yeah, very, very, very busy. Very productive though.
That's good. You must feel good about like having things organized and stuff.
Yeah, totally. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if you feel the same way. Sometimes things just have to stack up. I like woke up Saturday morning and I have nothing to do today. Well, I'm gonna do everything. Too much on my plate. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you virtually. Just a little bit about me. I lead our sales development organization for the Americas here at Grafana. I oversee what I would argue is the most critical pipeline generating organism within the business. The Americas SDR team owns the largest chunk of pipeline, so there's kind of a direct parallel between the health of Grafana and the health of my team. If my team's crushing, Grafana's usually crushing. The inverse is also true, unfortunately. So while pressure can mount, it also just makes for a very interesting body of work. We are growing this team. That's why we're interviewing it, actually. And you should know that out of the gate because I think it's a really exciting thing in the face of like a somewhat uncertain economy and the threat of AI against sales development and the fact that the company continues to invest in us and grow this team. So again, a lot of backfills and net new. I think it's really exciting. I think it's a good thing. It's one of the main things that drew me here. And I think it's worth calling out with you because we are in growth mode. We absolutely have conviction And this conviction will exist about, like, with, I think, anybody you speak to. We believe we're going to be a public company in the next 12 to 18 months. We think we have the ability to be able to do it. Granted, market needs to allow us to, conditions need to be right, but as a business, as a growing business, it's a really powerful business. Like, excellent logos, we're seeing crazy growth year over year. And so, yeah, that's sort of what we're marching towards, and a lot of our mission is kind of hyper-focused on that. I can touch on that to whatever extent you'd like me to, with whatever extent I'm allowed to share it, obviously. But I can go on this topic. I would love to get to know you. I'd love to understand a little bit about who you are, a little about your background. I got your resume in front of me here. I see that you've been in various sales roles, and it looks like, I don't know, if you're currently, doing the internship with Digital Wealth, or is that wrapped up?
I'm currently still in that role, yeah.
Cool. Okay. Yeah. So you're doing it today. Yeah, I'd love to just kind of get to know you through the lens of your resume. I'm more interested in the why than the what. Oftentimes the bullet points are the what. This is what I did. This is what I was expected to do. The why is usually missing. I joined this company because X seemed interesting to me. I went to take on this internship because you'll fill in the blank, I'm sure. So the more why, the better. I think that's over to you.
Yeah. I just want to start off by saying, like, I love the growth aspect of the company. That I'll get into it in a bit, but like I would say, what you said, I love that. You guys, I believe in you guys. Like, I'm telling you, you guys are gonna grow so much this next year, and I definitely believe that's possible. Cool. But yeah, getting into my experience. So I just graduated college with an MIS degree from Penn State's Middle College of Business in May. So it's been 4 months now. Like I mentioned, for the past 4 months, I've been working as an SDR rep for Digital Wealth University, where I'm booking meetings, qualified meetings for my account executive. A little bit of background on why I joined that company specifically is because I was in that role, recent college graduate looking to join the job market, feeling I'm confident in my skill set, and Digital Wealth University is a mentorship program that gives people the skill sets and knowledge that they will need in the job market for roles like cybersecurity, tech sales, IT, customer success roles. So it gave me a lot of confidence, and I chose to become an intern for them and actually sell the product and book meetings for them.
What's the reason that was the industry, the direction you opted into? You got a pretty interesting degree. One. No doubt. My brother got the same degree.
Really?
So I remember what it was like. Yeah, I remember what it was like for him to kind of go through that rodeo. And it's just become like super technical. And I'll just say this. I'll just kind of get the blanket comment. A little bit further away from sales than you may typically see. It doesn't mean it's a bad pivot by any means. But you opted in for an internship that would prepare you for things like tech sales, sales development, maybe cybersecurity. Why was that what you wanted to do?
So I'm really technical focused. Like, I like the tech side of things, and I've always been passionate about the new technical advancements that's coming out, especially now with AI. I'm a huge AI fan. So that's kind of my why on why I picked MIS. If I looking back, I got into sales my sophomore year. Going into the summer, I decided to get into door-to-door sales. So I did door-to-door sales that summer. I sold Verizon Fios in Philadelphia, knocking doors, 150 plus doors a day. During the summertime, really grinding it out and getting better communication. And I honestly fell in love with the growth aspect of it. I was getting better about each rep I did. I was getting better at communication. I was getting better at the sales process, and that's why I decided to go back and do door-to-door sales the following summer. This time with pest control in Harrisburg. I sold pest control. I was this role was commission only, really competitive. I was knocking 8-10 hours a day during the summertime. And honestly, I fell in love with the grind. Like, I love just getting better at the whole skill set, communication, all of that. And I personally, after both those summers, I love the getting better at just everything. Like, I'm telling you from my experience, and I'm kind of like nerding out about this.
Yeah, no, hey, don't let me stop you.
But I think if you get better at sales, you get better in every aspect of your life. Like, communication is so important because from my experience, I'm so technical. I'm technically smart, but I fall to the level of my communication skills all the time. So I realized that if I'm able to improve my communication skills, I can raise my overall skill set and become more well-rounded. And I've realized that over the last couple 2 summers of door-to-door sales, training and recruiting for Hawks sales out for the summer, and then now doing an SDR intern. I've loved the growth aspect of it, and I honestly, that's my why on getting into sales is like the growth, getting better at everything I do.
Cool. Okay, got a couple questions for you. So where were you doing? Was that at Empire that you were doing the door-to-door?
Yep.
You're selling that's Verizon Fios, you said? That's what you're selling there?
Yes.
Cool. Okay. So you did that for a summer. I'm going to assume kind of between school? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so bring me into that. Like, you did it for a few months. Where do you feel like you improved the most? When you think of day one, you're kind of like bright-eyed, excited.
Oh my God.
You probably take a bunch of L's that first couple days. You're just like, why the fuck did I sign up for this? Like, bring me into your world, your thought process. So where did it start? Where did it end up?
All right, so be fully transparent. First of all, I knocked.
Yo, this is probably the most chillest interview I've seen. He literally just slid that in there.
I know, right? He's over here cussing and shit.
He slid that in there, bro. The way it just rolled off the tongue.
Yeah, he seemed like a chill guy, so I was just breaking it down with him and not keeping it so formal in my responses.
Yeah, bro, you're cooking. Your responses have been perfect, honestly.
Thank you.
Let me see. Do we have a hand raised or? Oh no, I see it was little reaction, little emoji. All right, sweet.
Just though I knocked. I was given a pitch the day before. I wasn't familiar with the pitch at all. My mentor was with me at the time, just like standing behind me, just like told me to go knock on that door. I knocked on that door. The person opened the door. I was no words were coming out of my mouth for like the next 5 minutes. It was like it felt like the longest time ever, but like I could not get over it. I was so nervous, and it kept happening like that, like the next couple of doors. And then I got to a point where I was like at least getting my pitch out, but I was stuttering and just felt so nervous, so shaky, just like nerves like controlling my brain. And I realized that you really have to like face your fears on that. Like it's not gonna get easier, but like it gets easier at a time. Like you just gotta face it like head on. And my first couple of weeks were rough, but I learned a lot about communication. And over the end of the summer, I ended up closing over 40 to 50 deals throughout that summer. So I definitely like learned a lot from it.
Cool. Okay. What do you think the biggest change for you was? Like, what did you implement in your game that suddenly got you like not even just getting into your pitch, but like closing?
Confidence.
Confidence.
Yeah,
Cool.
confidence is everything.
How did you literally measure that? Was that like, hey, I'm not stuttering anymore? Like, how did you know you're more confident?
It's all about mindset. Every day I focus on what I can control, just getting better one step at a time. I would say the main difference is like you got to be confident in the pitch you're pitching with. Like if you're not familiar with the whole sales process and how to navigate through it, then you're always going to be shaky. So the main thing that I realized is just putting in the reps of during morning meeting, for example, I would practice with my coworkers on going through the sales cycle, and just putting in like the reps of practicing my pitch, making sure I'm fine tuned with it, so that by the time I get to the doors, I'm like in the flow state.
Love the phrase you use, flow state too. So then after that's where you went to go sell pest control.
Yeah.
So it was commission only.
Yeah, commission only.
Okay. After you had wrapped up, the stint at Empire, now I'm aware, like obviously a year between, you probably got to brush off a little bit, but like was it easier to sort of just pick up and get started, or did you find yourself in the same kind of boat, having to sort of ramp back in and rebuild that degree of confidence? How was that for you?
Yeah, it definitely was a ramp up period. Different industry, different product, different market. So I really had to get used to it and start from ground up, I feel. But it made it a lot easier knowing that like I had some experience to back me up. So I had that confidence going in, but my first 2 weeks, I didn't reach quota. I was struggling, and I was kind of confused on why. And just through, like I said, in my earlier internship, I just put in the work. Like on my free time, I was looking at the sales training, watching videos. I was talking to my mentor at the time, and I figuring out like what he's doing in his pitch. Talking to the veteran reps on my team, trying to figure out, okay, what is he doing in his pitch? Like, how is he saying that way? Is it the tonality? Is it the nonverbals? Stuff like that. So just kind of picking up and being a sponge in the new environment, I would say make the huge difference.
Like your STAR method, the answers and the storytelling is honestly perfect. It would just be like a tiny bit more like numbers. Because you mentioned like, when I first joined, I wasn't hitting my quota. I would just add in, I wasn't hitting my quota. It was, 10 appointments a month. But when I met with the top AEs, this and that and this, they gave me their 5-touch cadence or their 9-touch email sequence. And then, that helped me perform 110% the quota that following month. Something like that. But like outside of that, bro, your answers are spot on.
Yeah, you're probably right. I feel like I didn't go into the numbers that much because at the beginning of the call, he said he wanted to know the why of why I was doing things and not so much like the numbers. So that's why I didn't focus on it that much, but I probably should have just in case.
Yeah, and I mean, you could just sprinkle them in here and there. I think it makes it a little more like memorable, and yeah, I mean, I don't know. Either way though, your answers and your storytelling is perfect.
Cool. Then let's fast forward. You end up joining Digital Wealth to be an intern. What does an SDR intern do at Digital Wealth? What's your day-to-day like?
Yeah, so day-to-day is like right now I split my day up by having 2-hour call blocks. So I cold call about 50 to 60 dials a day. And then the rest of the day is set outreach, like writing cold emails, LinkedIn messages, stuff like that. But currently the tools I'm using, Palo, LinkedIn Sales Navigator, HubSpot, and Gong.
Cool. Okay. So let's unpack this for a little bit. Who's your ICP at Digital Wealth? Who do you call into usually?
The everyday person who's looking for a career change. So whether that's construction, anyone who's looking for a career switch to a.
Yo, you're on it. Most people like they would have heard ICP, they would have glitched out. So that's
no, seriously, bro. I'm so like, man, I'm so happy that you're dialed the way you're dialed. Some people would so fumble the ball right there.
Yeah. For y'all that don't know it too, ICP is just like your ideal customer profile. Basically, who's your prospect? Like what type of person are you calling?
I'm telling you, bro, ChatGPT, I went through a role play with him like a couple times, and he mentioned ICP, and that's how I knew about ICP. So
That's fire.
yo, shout
That's
out AI.
not facts. Shout out to chat.
But later, this is where I kind of messed up on describing like Digital Wealth University. I feel like my description on my ICP for that role is not as detailed as it can be. So
Yeah, and I
I need to work
mean,
on that.
so one of the ways that I've seen people explain it is like helping hard labor individuals transition into remote work, which is technically like really, I mean, really anybody can jump in tech sales. Like we really can help anyone. But even like when I'm talking to other business owners and people ask me like, yeah, what's your like, who's your ICP? And I'm like, we really don't have one. But if you want to be technical, that's the one I usually go to is, just helping hard labor individuals transition into tech sales careers, maybe.
There's a post at the top of the community. The very first post is pinned, and it goes over like exactly like if you wanted to add more like resume bullets to your like your resume or more experience to your resume, you would go in and complete that assignment. But it goes over your internship experience in that doc, and it'll like if say for example, since you said SDR, it'll explain the ICP for being an SDR, for digital wealth, and you'll be able to see exactly like you can list out the ICP a little bit, but yeah, I mean Sharif keeps it super simple. And if you want to just go a little bit more in depth and understand it a little bit as a whole, like you can go into that doc that's pinned at the top of the community.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'll tag you in it.
Into roles like cybersecurity, tech sales,
That's what you're doing.
basically what I'm doing right now. So my main job is hopping on a call with them, making it make sense and how this program can bring them value. And then, but first I target the pain points that they're struggling with in a day-to-day in the industry that they're in, and then I'll provide a solution with our mentorship program and how we can give you the skill sets, and then book a meeting for my account executive.
How do you know who are the right people to be focusing on? Like, how do you know who are the individuals that be willing to like make a career switch?
Yeah, so what I do is I kind of just like look at, right now it's like mostly just construction, like really laborious jobs.
That is a tough question.
Yeah, that's hella tough. He's trying to catch you slipping, yo.
Yeah.
Hey, I would go. Hey, a lot of my leads are inbound.
Nah, literally, that's what I was gonna say. Yeah, inbound leads.
Damn near all my leads are inbound. I mean, the only time I prospect is when I'm like, shoot, when I've damn near rinsed the list, and I get creative, my prospecting. Sometimes I go on LinkedIn, and sometimes or matter of fact, I actually do a lot of social selling since it's a B2C offer, since it's a B2C product. I actually go on Instagram and TikTok and I look up, people that are making content around these specific like industries, whether it's hard laboring or people that, are struggling to secure, a role based off of, resumes or interviews. I don't know, like Sheree, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean that's tough because it's like one, there's only really, in my opinion, there's certain industries that you can know who's a qualified and unqualified person. And it's like,
you know what, Sharif, you know what would be good for him to say is like, I actually follow a lot of door-to-door content creators since was where I came from, or not content creators, but people that make content around door-to-door. And, I do a lot of social selling to them when I do outbound. Most of the time, I'm just doing inbound because we have an entire funnel, and that funnel, I just have a list of people that I call on a daily basis. There's people that are, opting into the funnel every single day. And so I'm just dialing those inbound leads. But I've learned a lot as far as, outbound goes, using Took Apollo, Zoom Info, LinkedIn Sales Navigator. But most of the time I'm just dialing leads that are already in my CRM.
Yeah, no, I like that. Because what I was gonna add is with like this type of offer, there's not really a way to see like if you wanted to be technical. Say for example, a company uses Salesforce they might have like a sixth sense or like a demand base. I think that's what it's called. Where like some of these tools will show intent, where like it'll show how many times someone clicked on a website. That's usually going to be a really good indicator. Like if someone opened the email a bunch of times or clicked the email a bunch of times, that's what I would go to compared to, because again, like for an offer like this, you're helping people land like remote jobs. You can't really tell when someone hates their job. Like there's no indicator that says like, oh, this person's in a bad job or they're ready to make a move. Versus like when I sold real estate, a good indicator of a qualified lead is if they put their home for sale by owner on Zillow. So it's like they already have their hand raised, or like if their home was an expired listing, that's a way I would qualify and kind of tell. But like this specific example, it does make it a little tough where like you can't really tell.
Gotcha. Yeah, I could definitely, what Dakota said, I can definitely target like door-to-door people because I do follow a lot of people on door-to-door like in that space. So I could say like people in the door-to-door space looking to transition to something more online, and tech sales seems like the best route. So I just kind of focus on laborers jobs like door-to-door sales, construction, stuff like that.
Yeah.
But one thing you can also say, bro, is like if you go to that doc that I pinned at the very, very top of the community, if
Yeah.
you look at that doc, there's an SDR role and there's a ICP for the SDR role, and then there's also a BDR role and there's an ICP for the BDR role. And so for the BDR role, that's like the way that I made it simple for everybody is like, okay, yeah, no, some SDRs focus on, there's some B2B stuff, but like just to make it simple for you guys is like we gave you guys two companies. We got DWU and we got Rocky Mountain Credit Solutions. And so if you want to like complete that assignment and you want to really showcase your B2B skills, what I want you to do is I want you to choose BDR for both Rocky Mountain Credit Solutions and BDR for DWU. And that way you don't have to get into the B2C side and the fact that like you don't actually do any prospecting. And then if you go on that doc, it'll show you like, oh, okay, so the BDR is prospecting people like, college counselors, like, because we're working on our B2B side right now. And so if you look at that doc, you'll be able to see like, oh shoot, like I'm gonna pull it up right now on my side and I'll read it off. But Sharif,
Yeah,
I
that
don't
is
know
a good point. Because yeah, if you're
I
doing
don't know.
B2B, you could tell if a recruiter is what, you want me to stop sharing?
No, I can't see. I can't. No, you don't have to stop sharing. No, you don't
Yeah.
have to stop sharing. I'm gonna just pull it up and I'm gonna read it off because if you pull up this doc a little bit later, it says assignment flow. Choose your role in your company. SDR at DWU is the B2B section or B2C section. BDR at DWU is the B2B section. So a lot of you guys are going for SDR, BDR inside of tech sales, and in tech sales, most of the time you're selling a product to business. And so it's going to be important for you guys to showcase some sort of business to business experience, because coming from door to door, you only have experience selling to customers, so B2C. And so if you scroll down and we go down to DWU B2B, that's going to be a business development representative role. And so company overview for the B2B BDR role for DWU is going to go, DWU partners with schools, colleges, and nonprofits to provide alternative career pathways. It helps institutions improve placement outcomes and, reduce dropout rates by offering structured 90-day tech career tracks. And, our target audience on the B2B side for the BDR role is going to be high schools, public, private, religious schools with students seeking, gap year clarity, college service or college career services, helping undecided majors, community colleges with non-technical majors looking for career pivots. And then there's those nonprofit workforce programs, supporting underrepresented groups. So in a whole, those common challenges of our ICP really are just students, that are students graduate without a clear career path, and there's low placement rates in the workforce, and then there's that skepticism about college ROI amongst families. And then there's those injured athletes too, or students losing scholarships with no fallback plan. And then there's a lot of those non-tech majors in, psychology, communications that are always really good for sales. So, when it comes down to it, like our actual decision makers we're reaching out to, you can go through that high school, secondary education, principals, headmasters, career counselors, guidance staff, and then it explains each one of those too. And then if you go down a little bit more, we got it damn near goes over all the decision makers, career service directors, advisors, department chairs, deans of students. Like you could literally go through this little piece right here, and I think in the highlighted, target ICP. I already went over it, but yeah, I really want you to go over that doc and create email cadence for either a BDR role for DWU, and a mock pitch for them or for us, and then send it to me. And then instead of you just having at the bottom of your docs, on the bottom of your, because you sound so sharp, bro. I'm so
Right.
impressed how sharp you sound, and the fact that you're getting peppered with these questions. Now it's time to prepare for them. So instead of you just having this little internship experience at the bottom under additional information on your resume, I want you to complete this doc so I can turn that little small bullet of a one-line internship into a full-blown fractional role. And that way, if they look, they're like, oh, so it looks like you're actually working right now as a BDR at DWU. Who's your ICP? Oh yeah, we're working out, or we're working with colleges, universities, high schools. We're reaching out to athletic directors, and coaches that advocate for injured athletes needing a backup career path. Superintendents and school district leaders that just approve a broader district-wide career readiness initiatives. And it's just at the end of the day, there's those common challenges where some families, they have that skepticism nowadays about college ROI. So nowadays it's like, there's those hot tech career fields like cybersecurity, QA, tech sales, where we get those students that are still trying to figure out their major and get them into a six-figure opportunity without having to be six figures in debt. They can go straight into a hot, remote workforce and have be ready to actually, execute once they get, that role. And so, like, it's about, like, on our B2B side, we're focusing on going after superintendents, coaches, people that can give us students in bulk. So, like, we're back, like, once we meet with, one of these decision makers, they're giving us 5 to 30 students at a time, and we're getting them prepared in our 3 different verticals between tech sales, cybersecurity, or quality assurance testing. And that's the way that you can explain, instead of just having to, like, because right now you're doing an amazing job at improvising, bro. And that's that door-to-door dog in you, bro. If you didn't know the question, you're just gonna come up with something that sounds good, bro. And that's that dog in you, bro. So now I want to give you that reinforcement and the extra tool to be like, yeah, I got it down to the T, get down to the wire. So you don't got to think about coming up with the answers. Just look at that doc, complete a mock pitch, complete an email cadence, sign it, and I'll refine your resume and give you actual BDR experience for DW on the B2B side, or we can go on the Rocky Mountain Credit Solutions side and do BDR for that as well. That way, when you are getting, these applications going out, you're not getting declined because you don't have enough B2B experience, right? Because a lot of tech sales stuff is B2B stuff, right?
Yeah, that makes
Because
sense.
I mean, yeah, I don't want a lot of us always having to go into some B2C opportunity. What we're really focusing on is our B2B opportunities, and that's where the money's at, is in the B2B side. So I really want you to get a BDR, a BDR experience for. I mean, shoot, bro, you can do it for do a mock pitch and email cadence for Rocky Mountain, and do one for DWU. I'll add both of those to your resume, and then when you get asked about it, you can explain the ICP. You can explain the common challenges of both those situations, so you'll never have to be, you know what I'm saying, sitting with your hands, in your pockets trying to figure it out.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'll send that assignments to you tonight then.
Yeah, because I'm catching
your resumes tonight, so I'd love to just add you there and get you rocking with something. Because, yo, bro sounds like he might be a fucking, bro, is this a first round or a second round?
It's the second round.
Second round. Okay. It makes sense. Because most of the time, they're not even going in depth and asking these questions on the first round, but you're getting put on the hot seat right now because you're on the phone with a hiring manager.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. That makes a lot of sense because I have been I don't feel as confident on the B2B side of things when I'm asked questions about it. So I feel like I could definitely use that on my resume.
Dude, I got you, bro. Just knock that shit out and I'll send it over to you. I'll send you the refined version in the next like 2-3 hours.
Appreciate it, man.
And then it'll be in rotation tonight too.
Sounds good.
My dog, you're crushing it though, bro. Fucking D to D represent. Love it.
Jobs where you're out there grinding and you're not getting the income that's matching that. I feel like most people who want to get into tech sales, cybersecurity, are looking for more of a laid back role where you're still putting in the work, but it's more like virtual on the desk, laptop, stuff like that. So right now I'm kind of focusing on labor intensive work.
Okay. Is Digital Wealth University, is it the same as Digital Wealth Academy, or are they?
No, I guess the short name is Wealth University if you look at my LinkedIn.
Okay. Cool. I haven't heard of this, so I was trying to find. Okay, so join Wealth University. Got it. Okay.
Yeah, we have weekly training calls on interview prep, stuff like this. Tech sales, how to close deals on different sales trainings every single week. I went through it. I've experienced a lot of growth myself, and that's why I'm selling it.
Cool. And this is the one is it wealthuniversity.us or is it joinwealthuniversity.com? I'm trying to make sure I'm looking for it. The feedback for the folks that are running the shop, because the LinkedIn URL is a little different than the website, but the logo is the same, so maybe just FYI.
If you search up Wealth University on LinkedIn, it's the first thing that comes up. I think it's the second link if you search up Wealth University.
Okay. E-learning providers.
Educating and training top sales talent in tech.
Yeah, facts. I'm literally, bro. He's dropping some with different competitors. I'm like, bro, I've never seen this join Wealth University.
Right. You talking about academy and all types of
the last maybe thing or two I want to know is if you bring me into your world, what are like the checkboxes you're looking to hit at this next company that you wanted to join? What are deal breakers? Is there anything I can tell you about Grafana that would make you say, actually, this is not for me after all?
That's tough. That's a tough question because honestly, from what I looked like, you guys are my dream job. So I don't know.
You can answer that for me.
Yeah, honestly, I love everything about the company. I feel like it fits really well with my MS background and my sales experience. I see the real value and use case, from my experience and with MIS, using different softwares and seeing how complicated data can get. The softwares that I've used in the past, like Tableau, Power BI, SAP, SQL, AI Studio. It's for my assignments that I've done, it's so clanky and just the dashboards are so complicated. It's I spend most of the time trying to sort and organize the data than I would have just been, making a business decision based on the data that I have. So I see a real use case, and I can see how businesses can, implement it and make, save so much time and energy.
So the product is really what drew you to us above all else?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay. Is Grafana the only company you're interviewing with then, or are there others that you're talking to?
I'm talking to a couple other companies. Okay. I have a couple of second and third round interviews this week.
What's the doubt about them? If they're not Grafana, obviously. They don't have cool dashboards like we do.
I'm just looking for a SaaS company that has a great product, a great product market fit. Like I said earlier, you guys are my top pick. If I were to move forward, any company would be yours because it makes sense for me in my background. But in total, I'm just looking for a good SaaS company that has a good culture, a great product market fit, and something I can see myself growing from an SDR to an account executive within the next year.
Okay, cool. That's helpful. We got 8 minutes left. Let me turn the table over to you. What questions can I answer for you about myself, Grafana, this team, this org?
Yeah, what traits are you looking for in a candidate for this position?
It's a few things. Probably 3 things.
You guys are taking notes, dudes. Hey, I'm not gonna lie, bro. I'm so fucking impressed.
No, honestly, this is a masterclass.
This is fucking game right here. You doing everything right, bro. Honestly.
Dude, I was glazing him.
Bro, you sound like a dog, bro. What the heck? There's some people that have been in here way longer than you and still aren't at this level, bro.
Thank you, man. I think I really needed that confidence boost because, lately I've been not feeling the most confident because I haven't been, moving on to past the second round. So I really appreciate the feedback.
Nah, bro, you're doing so good. Like I'm really beyond impressed right now. I'm geeked up. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like fucking you gave me a shot of Red Bull listening to you right now.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
You just keep doing this, bro. You
Yeah,
keep doing
honestly,
this, bro. Like it doesn't, bro. This is it. This is it right here.
But I probably have a different definition than what others may use to describe it. In particular, what I care about when I think about grit, it's not just like the ability to take a no, because that happens a lot in the role. There's a lot of uncertainty, like things fluctuate a lot. We're a growing company, that means territory shrink, that means accounts you might be prospecting into today may not be your accounts tomorrow. We're in this hyper growth stage right ahead of going public, and it is absolutely our belief that because we can do it, we just need to do whatever the business kind of beckons us to do. I use this analogy a lot, where like if Grafana is an oil tanker, we're frankly the rudder that helps chart the new direction, and that means like more energy probably than any other part of the boat is having to be used to figure out like if that, how to literally steer the ship that direction. Which means change is just, it's constant. I've been here since February. The number of like changes we've had in the organization have been astounding, but for me, not surprising, because this is my third or fourth rodeo working at a company at this stage, and it's very, very, very similar. It's basically what I signed up for. It's just like change management, frankly, is like a skill I have to do because change is the only constant.
Yeah.
So for me, like when you have that level of grit, where it's like, yeah, you're gonna take no's and things of that nature, but like there's also just like things about the role maybe shifting pretty regularly. You have to be able to be grounded in a certain set of skills that will like allow you to sort of like, chart a course to your for your success. It also allows you to be scientific, right? If you go into the literal day to day, like if you ran a call block and 3 people in a row were like, no, never fucking call me again, and like we're cussing you out, like I'll just say this: if you got off that call block and you're like, man, why do I do this job? Like nobody would fault you for feeling that way, right? Like in a lot of ways, it's kind of honest. Be like, no, you got this. Gotta get back on the saddle. You can do it. Like I promise the next ones will go better. But the best people are the ones that look at that and go, okay, they really upset people. They want to be scientists about it. Objectively, what happened? My opener did suck. Did I call the wrong personas? Did I call the wrong account? Was the time that I called right? Like if you're able to sort of self-diagnose and self-A/B test, I think that comes from a position of grit, right? So that's what that means to me. That's the first thing. The second thing for me is like because we're remote, the really difficult. Like I love remote work, but remote work for SDR, I will acknowledge, is extremely difficult.
Yeah, like just to stop you right there, 100% agree. It's like cold calling when you're remote. You don't have that accountability. It's like so tough.
It's so tough.
Yeah.
It's so tough. The other thing too is like, as leaders, like here's the thing: if you join, you don't know what you don't know, but we don't know what you don't know, and so that's where like everything can really suck. Man, I've had people like promote off of this team who've been really great at like everything they needed to do in the job, but a seemingly very basic question, they're like, I don't know what you're talking about. And I'm just like, man, there are limitations to remote work. And so like that self-starter mentality, you just have to be obsessed with personal growth, personal development. Everybody says it, but like what you do in your day-to-day that like literally allows you to continue to like become smarter and better and like hungrier, frankly, just to be like a great citizen of Earth, not just like a good SDR AE. That actually like, that's a really compelling characteristic. It makes for a good work experience. And then this third one, it's not a must-have to me because it's like I actually am feeling more you can teach it. I used to think you either have it in you or you don't, but I disagree with that guy. If you talked to me 3 years ago, I used to have a lot of conviction around that. I have less conviction now because I have examples of where I was wrong. So I'm okay if you don't inherently have it, but there are signs where you can tell if somebody's going to get it or not. And what that thing is business acumen. You look at this world where like if I'm asking you to do X number of dials, X number of activities on X number of accounts, like it's very easy for you to just be like, great, like here are all of my accounts, I'm gonna blast all of them with all this stuff. And I'm not super interested in that. I'm more interested in like the person with a high business acumen spends their time on the right accounts with the right people. When they understand how a company makes money, how a company operates in service of making money, how a company reads its competition, how a company operates when it's publicly traded versus when it's privately traded, what a Fortune 500 company means versus like an SMB. Like it's not just about the size of the company. It's like the stakes create certain conditions, compliances, requirements that like frankly make for a tougher sell. This team will support the enterprise, Northeast enterprise, which if I'm being very blunt is like kind of cream of the crop for us in terms of the accounts that we're pursuing. So like there is this world where like you just have to have that kind of high caliber about yourself, or at least the potential to have that level of business acumen. Like I said, in the past I was pretty convicted that like you either got it or you don't. Since then I've actually seen folks who I thought didn't have it, earned it, got it, just by the second thing that I was mentioning, which is self-development, self-growth. This is what's going to take me successful, and I'm bunkering down is what I'm going to focus.
Honestly, to be honest with you, out of all the SDR leaders that I've been in contact with, like sales leaders that I've been in contact with, you have like the right mentality. It's like the self-growth, like self-discipline, like getting better, self-development aspect of it is the most important thing. I 100% agree. It's like, you may not be the most talented person, and honestly, I'm not the most talented whatsoever.
I wasn't. I was not. That's where that comes from, man. That's like I was not. I was not a dude. I was working at AT&T. I interviewed 14 places that all said no to me before the 15th person was like, I guess I'll take a flyer on this guy. Right, but like Indeed, Palo Alto Networks, Cisco, Oracle, lots of big names left and right for like SDR jobs, these entry level, Yelp, these entry level roles. All of them said no, with no really great feedback. I interviewed at Qualys. Some guy literally said, you're obviously hungry, so I'll take a flyer. We'll take a risk. And I'm like, I remember telling him, whoever takes the risk is gonna be the one that like benefits. It will be the best decision of their careers. This I promise. And so having been in that position, I know sometimes that like, that chip on the shoulder you get from rejection can be enough to make you great.
Yeah, at this point, like in this process of looking for another job, full term, like long term, I've gone through my fair share of rejection, and at this point in the interview phase, like at this point, like I had a chip on my shoulder. It's like, okay, I know I'm qualified. Let's get this moving. Like I want to get to the next step. I want to get better. I want to be in a role where I can improve. It's just like right now the job market, like you said, it's really tough. And I'm really happy that I got this second round with you and being able to speak with you because you guys are like the best fit for me. So I really appreciate that. And what's her name, Alexa, who organized the meeting? Yeah, I really appreciate that. But yeah, like you said, it's like having that confidence, having that that chip on your shoulder. I completely understand.
Yeah, no, totally. I could probably take one more if you got it.
Yeah, so could you touch like on, from when I researched, you guys already have a great culture and great product market fit, so I'm not going to touch on that. But could you talk more about like what the quotas are and the KPIs?
Sure. Very straightforward. You're measuring on what we call a stage one, which is a meeting that's held with a prospect. That represents 80% of your quota attainment. The quota will vary on if you are classified as a quote unquote growth rep, which is focusing on expanding our existing customers, or if you're an acquisition rep, which is focused on that new logo hunting. There's a little bit of a quota difference. Each comes with trade-offs. The nice thing is when we're looking at numbers, it looks like those who achieve quota, it's 50-50 between the teams. So I think we're calibrated right. Ish. There's more work to be done, but ish. But stage one. So a lot of the charter right now, at this moment in time, is focusing on let's just get meetings with relevant personas and prospects. If I had a crystal ball, it would tell me that that's likely to change a little bit coming into the next fiscal year. I think we filled the top of funnel with a lot of great meetings. We have a lot of folks who like know who we are and have interacted with us. I think that there's an opportunity to focus a little bit more on quality and not just the volume of activity. So I could see a world where coming into next fiscal year that potentially changes, but there's people much more important than me who get to make those decisions. So I'm just a crystal ball reader.
Gotcha. I completely understand.
Cool. Listen, I really appreciated the time. I enjoyed our conversation and interview.
Yeah, same here.
I'll have Alexa set up around after me. You'll meet with a peer, which is an SDR on the team, and you'll also meet with another one of the managers. It's take a little bit of a deeper dive into your process. If that round goes well, we'll do a final presentation with myself and with my boss. And there you'll be doing we actually do a role play. We role play a cold call, you do a final presentation on the accounts you picked, etc. All that'll be detailed in a later email. But I'd like to see how you do the next step, in the next round.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Of course. Really appreciate it. Feel free to reach out if you have any additional.
Yeah, that was really, really fire. I was kind of going to say for that. No, facts. Savar's funny. He really did kill that mug. Killed it. Yeah, I think that was perfect because I don't know if y'all really talked about metrics or KPIs for like the specific role. So it was good that you kind of got to ask that. I mean, I know I kind of closed my interviews a tiny, tiny bit differently. Which you did add that in there though. You're like, you guys would be like the best fit for me. I'd love to move forward. So, and I mean, even during the interview, like you also talked about like how there's some other companies you're interviewing with, which I just reinforced that. But I even noticed like you remembered the recruiter's name, Alexa, or whatever it was, like, and you dropped that and like, you think basically like, oh yeah, I appreciate her setting this up. So yeah, that was perfect, bro. Really, really good.
Thank you.
Does anybody else? I know Steve, you got a hand raised. I don't know if you want to add into this, chime in, or if anybody else. I know Lynn, it's an amazing, great interview, super conversational. Anyone else want to?
Yeah, I will, bro. You shitted on him. I ain't gonna lie. Like, you went crazy. Like I ain't.
No, facts. That was really tough.
No, yeah, I don't know how you're not moving back second rounds because I would have hired you.
Thank you, bro.
No, facts. No, my question, what I just realized is I've actually used Toast before. So I'm gonna slip that into the end of my.
Oh yeah, definitely add that in.
And like when I was just going through what that email that we looked at, I used Aloha at BlackRock, and then when I worked at Anna's house, I used Toast. So then like after I do my role play, and they're like, "Oh man, how'd you know like how to ask these questions?" I was like, "Well, I've been on the other side, like I've been the customer, involved in the day to day because I was a server and I've used Aloha and I knew what I hated about it." And
oh, that's tough.
So I just realized that I've done that. But I was trying to see if y'all was trying to role play. I know y'all it was getting late.
Yeah, we could run through a couple.
Y'all got families to feed, so
I'm down. I'm always down.
Heck yeah, I'm down.
For sure.
Ring ring. Hello, motherfucker. Come on, let's get it.
All right, bet. Ring ring.
Hello?
Hey, Coda?
Yeah, who is this?
It's Steven. I'm with Toast. I know I'm reaching out unexpectedly. Would I be able to steal maybe 30 seconds to explain why I'm calling?
Oh, yeah. You know what? I'm picking my daughter up from school right now. She had a late night talent show rehearsal. But yeah, go ahead real quick. I mean, shoot, if you can make it 30, let's go.
Yeah, definitely. I just got off with a couple other Boston operators, and I keep hearing the same things popping up about manual workarounds when their POS is freezing, inefficient ordering that slows down service, and constant rework when data from different locations doesn't sync. Any of those sound familiar to you? I know you manage 8 locations with Press Cafe.
Oh yeah, you know what? The freezing stuff, we thought it was our Wi-Fi first, but I guess we looked at some stuff and it was toast all. I mean, it was it was Clover all across the grid. So yeah, I mean, shoot, yeah, that's crazy you mentioned. I was just talking to my wife about this shit.
Yeah, that's actually the reason why I'm calling. I've been hearing that more and more, and it usually means extra hours, stress on the staff, long wait times for guests, and it's almost identical to what Via 313 went through. They used to juggle slow turn times. And then after moving to Toast handhelds, they cut table turn by 50% and drove 10K more revenue a week. And then at Casa Rio, they left Aloha for Toast, and it dropped comp meals by 3% down to a 0.5% of revenue. And the GM literally said, like, this just makes them feel so awesome. So it's less about just adding another tool with what we do, and it's more about simplifying what you already do. If any of that's hitting close to home for you, could we carve out maybe 15 to 20 minutes, dig a little deeper into this?
Yeah, you know what? You're hitting things on the head, man. I'll tell you what. Just do me a favor. Just send me an email, and then I'll just respond to that email when I get a chance, and we can kind of go from there. How does that sound?
Yeah, man, most definitely. I just don't want to waste your time with info that might not be relevant to your specific situation. I know working in restaurants, I've been, on that side, so there's a whole bunch of different workarounds that are needed. What are your main challenges at the moment that I can include in this email?
Oh shoot. Well, I don't know if you are working with. I mean, you mentioned that you were working with a few other people, and you cut down comps and stuff, because my waiters think solving shit with comps is like fucking our way to make things right, when really is getting us deeper and deeper in the hole. So I mean, just include some case studies, and that'd be dope. I mean, our main problems as far as things go is, I mean, like I mentioned, there's those glitches. We got the comps, and I'm kind of like spacing the other couple ones. So I mean, shoot, just send me an email with some case studies, and I'll take a look at it when I get a chance.
Yeah, definitely 100%. I know how it feels about the servers thinking everything can work over the comp, but at the end of the day, you're losing money with that, and that's what we're trying to avoid. So I'll
Right.
definitely send over those case studies, and then how about I tentatively set about a 15-minute window for you so that we can schedule a meeting to look over everything after you've gotten a chance to look at these emails. I got Tuesday at 2 p.m. or Wednesday at 10 a.m. How does that sound for you?
Yeah, I'm not looking at my calendar right now. I'm not actually in front of my computer, but I'll say, how about we start with just taking a look at the I say that we just start with, the case studies email, and then we can kind of circle back on this later.
Yeah, definitely. Is there anybody that I should loop into this email? Maybe, your head of hiring or anything like that.
Nah, it's just me.
Okay. And then can I get a good email for you?
Yeah, it's gonna be first and last name at Yahoo.
Okay. Definitely. I'm going to send that over right now. And if you don't mind, just confirm that you received it. I also did put in that 15 minutes to set aside. Would you confirm that you have that?
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, I'm
Okay.
not sure. I gotta look at my calendar before I accept it. But yeah, you know what? I mean, we might be able to throw a dart at the calendar, and if I gotta reschedule it, we can reschedule it. I'll just go ahead and accept it right now, just so I did get it though. Just so you know.
Got you. Thank you so much. If there's anything else you'd like to discuss prior to going over what I sent you, feel free to give me a call back at this number or respond to the email. Thanks for your time and have a great rest of your day.
You rushed me off to go, hey, appreciate you for everything, and bye bye. No, that
No, thanks.
that was
Thanks for the
that was
meeting. Thanks for
really
the
good.
qualified.
I know, right? Thanks for the qualified. See you later, buddy. Fuck, that was.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie, bro. That was really good. I can tell that you really listen in when we do give feedback to other people during their role play. I love how you included the fact that it's like, hey, real quick, do me a favor while we're on the phone still, check that email, make sure that you got it, and then just let me know, just so I didn't miss, or I didn't misspell that name or whatever. Oh, you got it? Okay, just while you're in there, just, might as well just go ahead and click that yes. That was awesome. I think
Yeah.
the only thing that, well, I kind of like gave you a little nudge to was like which is what Sharif always preaches, is like, hey, you know what? Tell me what you want in that email, just to make sure it's relevant. And we could just set up something tentatively so we can get whatever, because more likely than not, you're gonna have some questions, and it's best that instead of we play telephone tag, we just have something set up so we can get any questions that you do have, answered on that call.
Either
Where
that or one that I've been going into recently too is because even like this example, Dakota, he gave you some pushback after you kind of did that. What I would say is, okay, cool, I hear you. When are you thinking about realistically taking a look at that email? And then he might say, yeah, probably tomorrow morning or like Wednesday morning. So look, honestly speaking, in the 10 minutes that it's gonna take you to go through all the case studies and everything I send over in that email, why don't I just give you a quick call? We set something up on the calendar. I know you said you're gonna take a look at it in the morning. What, 9 a.m., 10 a.m.? What time you think you're gonna take a quick look at that email? And like that's another way I'll kind of try and tie them down to a time. And that honestly has worked a little bit for me like recently. I just got that from the script in like my J1. But yeah,
Oh,
I just ask them like, okay, so cool, I'll send your email, fine. When do you think you're realistically gonna look at it? And then whenever they say that is, yeah, in the time, the 10 minutes or so that it would take you to look through it, we could just jump on a call. I'll give you a ring. I'll answer all your questions. And that way we can decide if it even, makes sense.
all right. Repeat like that. When do you realistically think that you would like? That's the part I got, because that's fire.
Yeah.
Like
So
I get caught up like after they go around the first, like me trying to say, get the conversation back on track. Like, what are your problems that you're going over right now? And like try to get them in. They're like, okay, well, I don't want to like get tied down to it that meeting. So yeah, let's just start with the email and then go from there. That I always get kind of like stumped right there. So
yeah, so
what?
usually when they say that, so one of two things. One, another way, like before you go into that, because I'm trying to remember what pain that he gave you, but depending on what pain he gave you, like, oh yeah, it happens sometimes. You can go one question deeper and like, well, when that sometimes happens, how does that impact your day to day? And then you really just want them to say like they're wasting time on it. Okay, so you're wasting 30 minutes. Does it make sense to spend 10 minutes to see if we could save you 30 minutes every single day? And then you can always use that to tie them back. Like, well, you said you're busy. If nothing changes, nothing changes. Let's just take 10 minutes, see if we can save you some time. And that'll make it easier for you to really push them to set up that call. And then the last thing to just reconfirm is when they, do give you some pushback, like, well, just send me an email. Like, I'll be honest on these calls. Like, look, I make a lot of these calls. Whenever someone says send me an email, 9 times out of 10, it either means that they're not going to look at it or it's going to get lost in the shuffle. Like realistically, when do you think you'd have the time to take a look at what I sent? And then they're going to be like, oh yeah, maybe tomorrow morning. Okay, look, tomorrow morning, say you look at 9 a.m., 10 a.m. Is it okay if I just give you a quick ring? What time you think? It'll be 10 minutes and I'll be able to answer all your questions in that email and maybe even share my screen and show you how this, works for what you're doing.
Yeah, let's hear it. Steven, send that. Send that same thing right back out, Sharif. Boomerang it.
When do you realistically think that you'd have time to take a look at what I sent?
Maybe tomorrow morning.
Okay. Yeah, that definitely sounds good. I'll do you one better. How about I send over this email today and we can look over everything that I send you tomorrow. What time around sounds good for you? I can share my screen and then we can just go over it. And whatever your time you're wasting trying to figure out your workarounds, about 30 to 40 minutes a day, this will just take 10 minutes and you can do something else better with your time.
Right, Sharif, send it back to Steven one more time, and then we'll have Steven send it back to you.
Yeah, honestly, when do you think you even have time to look at that email? Oh, yeah, tomorrow. Oh, okay. Like what, afternoon, morning?
Yeah, tomorrow morning, 10 a.m.
Okay. Okay, cool. Tomorrow morning. So look, in the 10 minutes or so that you probably be looking at that email tomorrow morning, honestly, I could just share my screen, have everything tailored to your specific company, and I'll be there to answer any questions you have. That way, if they do inevitably pop up, because I'm sending over a lot of case studies, I can just answer them then.
All right, that sounds good. All right, Steven, send it back to Sharif.
You gotta re-say that. I ain't gonna lie. I'm listening in though. Re-say that.
Yeah, no, just Steven, I want you to say it, and then we're just gonna send it until Steven's got it locked.
All right. When do
So
you
try.
when do you realistically think that you have time to take a look at what I send over?
Shoot, I mean, I got PTO tomorrow, so probably like Thursday-ish.
Okay, afternoon or morning?
Probably like morning, like Thursday morning. Usually I check my emails, cup of coffee type of thing.
Okay, definitely a cup of coffee. You are a coffee restaurant owner. How about this? Say it's around 9 a.m. We can look over this email together because I'm going to send you a lot of stuff. You're bound to have some questions. So let's put something on the board for Thursday around 10 a.m. and I can share my screen and we can answer all those questions that you might have.
Because there's most likely you're gonna have some questions through taking the 30 minutes that it might take to read through all that. We might as well get those answered or those questions answered on the phone. So, I'm gonna just throw a dart at the calendar for that 10 a.m. Thursday. Sounds good. And they're gonna be like, yeah, that sounds good, right? And so I want you to do that one more time because you were 75% there. I just need you to button up that very end.
Okay, do that one more time just so I could
Yeah, send it again, Sharif.
Yeah, realistically, when do you even think you're gonna have time to look at that email?
let's say probably around Thursday or Friday morning.
Okay, cool. And look, Thursday morning, like what? Probably 9 a.m., 10 a.m.
Around 10 a.m. is when I sit down for my cup of coffee.
Cool. So look, I'm gonna be sending over a lot of case studies in that email. In the 10 minutes or so that it would take you to read through everything, and you're still gonna have questions that pop up, why not I just give you a quick call? Depending on the question, I can even share my screen. We can jump on. It'll be tailored specifically to your company, and then that way, whatever questions you have, we don't have to play phone tag. So 10 a.m. Thursday, sound good? Is that fair?
Sounds fair to me.
All right, let's do it. I just sent that over.
Oh, you're giving me so much information, man. Fingers really
Yeah,
tight.
it's recording. Definitely don't have to watch some of the recording. But yeah, that also either the sounds good or sounds fair or like fair enough. Nobody ever is gonna like, oh no, that's not fair. Like, oh,
Steven, send it back while it's fresh, though. Hey, when are you gonna look at that email?
All right, bet. When do you realistically think that you'd have time to take a look at what I send over?
well, tomorrow is gonna be all back to backs. I mean, maybe like Friday afternoon, like right before I get my weekend started.
Okay, definitely. So that'll probably be around like 3 or 4 p.m.
Yeah, probably closer to like, I mean, I cut out early on Friday. It's probably like 2:30.
Okay, yeah. Well, instead of taking the 30 minutes to read over all the data that I send over and all those case studies, why don't I just give you a quick call around that time? I can share my screen, and then this will be directly tailored to you. Does that sound fair?
Yeah,
You cut out the part where it's like, we might as well get the questions that you're gonna probably have after reading all that information. So why not we just go over the email together and then you can get those answers, those questions answered while we're, on the call. Does that sound fair? And so that little bit extra, and that's the 100%. That's the button up for send me an email. That way you always get the meeting booked, right? Because no matter what we do, our quota is attached to meetings booked. Most of the time, it is converted opportunities or meetings booked. More likely than not, it's meetings booked. And they're not hiring SDRs to try, or they're not hiring SDRs just to send emails and try to book meetings. They're hiring SDRs to make sure meetings are booked and on the board. So we can't. It's surrender, no retreat. We're burning the boats. We do whatever it takes to get a meeting booked. And we're not getting off the phone unless they either boom hang up or the meeting is booked. There's no ifs, ands, or buts on that, right? We're getting base salaries for that shit, so we got to make sure we're on it.
All right, bet. One more time.
All right, one more time. I love it. That's what I'm talking about. One more time. Let's get it.
When do you realistically think that you would have the time to take a look at what I sent?
Maybe tomorrow.
Okay. Maybe morning or afternoon. What you thinking?
I think maybe morning's busy. Probably like afternoon, like end of day tomorrow.
Okay. Restaurant day for a coffee shop probably ends like around 3 to 4 p.m. Does that sound about right?
Yeah. Probably. I mean, I don't know. Close to like 6, maybe 7.
Oh yeah, you own 8 restaurants, so that definitely sounds fair. How about this? Instead of taking the 30 minutes to read over all the data I sent over, by yourself, you'll probably have some questions after reading all that. Why don't I just give you a quick call around that time? I can share my screen. It'll be tailored directly to you, and we can get those questions answered. Sound fair?
I mean, when you put it like that, that's pretty fair. Yeah.
All right, bet.
No, that's fire. That's fire. That's fire.
That's what I'm talking about, bro. And now that is instilled and it's internalized. That's the best part about role play is, we don't stop when, we make we don't stop when we get our first shot to go in. We stop until we can't miss. And so I want you to get off this call and I want you to master that. I want you to keep that flowing. Go about your day, finish what you got to do for the day, and just keep saying it, keep saying it, keep saying it. Because when you get on that call and you do a mock pitch, you might just go blank. But if you've taken enough shots and you've internalized it enough, it's not going nowhere. That's it's in you, not on you. Right now, it might be just on you. We got to make sure it's in you. You dig?
I feel you for sure.
Yeah, bro. But bro, you're fucking bro. That's what I love, bro. Role play is my favorite part of the game because it turns you into that person or that sales folk that you don't have to think about what you need to say. It's already ready to go. It's locked and loaded. And when you got it locked and loaded, you can be even better of an active listener and utilize that active listening to hear that frustration or hear that curiosity and those internal cues to really, what I'm saying, pounce, right? And another thing that I was gonna say earlier for some feedback too is, hey, I love it too because you heard that I had the pain point when I was role playing and you went straight for the kill, right? But there's one thing that I don't know if I'm like tripping, but I felt like I missed hearing oh, that's actually the reason why I'm calling. I just got off with
No,
another company.
I gave you
I
that.
did? Okay, cool. And then the other thing was, what was it? I think it was, I think I'm spacing it now. But
Probably just
for the
not
most
having the
part,
happy years.
yeah, I think it was Happy Years, and it was like just going one level deeper. But other than
Hmm.
that, bro, yeah, bro, you're killing it. The main objection that you're ever gonna get on a role play is send me an email. And what's the other one, Sharif? There's like one more that
No
you're
budget
probably
or
gonna
how
get
much it
hit.
costs.
Yeah, don't even say
Yeah,
that. Matter of fact, Coda, just give me. I'm gonna give you a different. I'm gonna give a different ring, and then you hit me with a different objection.
you do Sharif and role play with Sharif on that, and then I'll listen in where I can listen in at.
All right, bet. All right, ring.
Yep. Hello.
Hey, Sharif.
Yeah. Who's this?
It's Steven. I'm with Toast. I know I'm reaching out unexpectedly. Would I be able to steal maybe 30 seconds to explain why I'm calling?
Oh yeah. Hey, Steven. How's it going, man?
Going well. How's it going with you, man?
Man, today sucks. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay. What made it suck? We can start there.
Yeah,
No,
bro.
no,
No,
therapist.
no. Don't get off topic.
Fuck. No, if he hits you
Look,
with that,
I
bro,
slid that one in because you will sometimes. That was
bro.
really the objection. Is like I'm trying to get you off script.
Oh, so was that
Yeah,
one of those ones I was supposed to
that was one of those things
acknowledge,
where it's just
get
like, oh
back
man, I'm
to?
sorry to hear that. I know I'm catching you out of the blue. You mind if I steal 30 seconds to explain why I'm calling? And they'd be like, yeah, what's this pertaining to? Hey, look, I just got off the phone with so and so at company, and keep hearing the same things. Pain point one, pain point two, pain point three. any of that sound relevant? And then the fact that he said today sucked, maybe it had to do with those 3 pain points. And if you got those 3 pain points locked and loaded, ready to go, you could be like, oh, well, that's actually the reason why I'm calling. I keep hearing that more and more lately. How is pain point 1, 2, and 3 affecting your day to day? Now they're gonna go even harder on how much today sucked, and you'd be like, whoa, shoot. That's for the most part, I was, and they go into like some case study stuff, right? How you were able to help so and so make a small shift, and in result, they were able to see here this outcome, right? And they'd be like, well, shoot, if any of that's hitting close to home, why don't we set up some time where we can kind of dive deeper into your current situation, see if we can uncover any blind spots that you guys may be working around. But it's really important to not just like, you don't want to go with their flow. You don't want them to control the
Yeah.
conversation. You want to make sure that you always, know where you're going to go with this. So if you hear, oh, today sucked. Hey, man, I'm sorry to hear that. Hey, you know what? I actually just got off the phone with so-and-so at company, and I keep hearing the same thing. And then when you mention these pain points, talk about these pain points like they suck for you too. Inconsistent pipeline, or what I'm saying, manual workarounds, and at the end of the day, you know, chuckle at the third one so you don't feel like you're overemphasizing these things. And then if you can do that efficiently, they're like, that's crazy. That's exactly why today sucked. Oh, well, that's exactly why I'm calling. Yeah, I just got off the phone with so and so, and we were able to actually make that. Or no, you want to double down on it, right? What how is pain point 1, 2, and 3 affecting your day to day? They're gonna go one level deeper, and after you got enough pain, you could feel the pain like bleeding out of them. You can go for the kill, right? But sometimes you don't want to go too, if you don't have enough like feel for the pain, like maybe you want to dig a little bit deeper to get that pain out before you go for the kill. And they're bleeding on the other side of the phone. But
Okay.
Sharif, I mean, you tell me. All right, so
No,
let's
I
just
agree.
go straight for budget though. Let's just go straight objection handling role play, because you got a lot of this down packed
Facts,
already.
facts, facts.
You know what I'm saying? Sharif just hit you with the curveball. But that
Yeah,
was a
facts.
good point to just reaffirm, like, hey, look, you know what? I hate to, bother 30 seconds, just want to run something past you, see if it's relevant. You got 30, boom, permission-based opener, you're ready to go. You go into pain points. But let me say, hey, yeah, Steven, hey, look, man, we don't really got the budget, man. I'm not even gonna cat with you right now.
Yeah, definitely. That's totally fair. Budget's definitely tight everywhere right now, especially after COVID. Honestly, most groups I speak with aren't even looking to buy today. But when the budget does open up,
Ooh,
going
okay, damn, you already know your shit.
Yeah,
faster,
nigga, you are.
would you be
I,
against taking a look now so you're ahead of it?
Oh, okay. Hey, you're probably not going to buy this right now, but does it make sense to take a look at it so at least you know what's out there? So when budget does open up, I usually see when people do, when people that I work with do know what they're looking for, or know what's out there, they tend to move a little bit quicker. That way, when budget does open up, you already know the magic, what I'm saying, the magic fix right there, right then and there. You know what I'm saying? Makes sense to, at least take a look. And they were like, yeah, I guess it makes sense to take a look. Okay, well, shoot. I'm looking at my calendar right now. I got 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. Which one works better for you? But you had a solid answer
Yeah, that was
already.
perfect.
I'm not gonna lie, bro. I was very impressed with how sharp you were already ready to go on that first one. Let me
No,
hit you, Sharif. Hit him with the third one. What's the third one that you usually get outside of budget?
So either send me an email, no budget, or I mean the toughest one is like I'm busy right now. I don't have time.
We
And
already
another,
have one of those.
I'll say that
Oh
again.
yeah, you know what?
We
Oh yeah,
Competitor.
already
facts,
have
facts.
something that does that.
Yeah, that is facts.
All right,
yeah,
Sharif. I already work with a competitor.
until the cracks start showing up. Clunky hardware, toner runs out on the printer on a busy Saturday night. What are your workarounds? Using what you have right now.
I like
Shoot.
that.
I
If I
mean,
if I were to say, so say you, oh yeah, we already have a solution. Oh, that's no problem at all. Honestly, how we're working with HubSpot and Salesforce, they actually were using exactly what you were using as well. The cool thing is, you don't have to stop using it today, but The reason I'm reaching out is maybe to show you what else is out there and maybe what HubSpot and Salesforce is doing differently, being that they were using exactly what you're using. Would it be worth 15 minutes to just see, how they made a pivot?
Yeah, I think like so that toner run out on the printer is like I worked at like 5 or 6 restaurants. Only one of them was toast, and that's something that happens a lot. Like the toner runs out the printer, and it's a busy day. The kitchen don't got no or like they don't know who ordered what. So then that's why like I had that one ready too, because I have the solution objection ready too.
Okay, Sharif, I want you to send that over to Steven one more time. And then, Steven, I need you to send it right back. That way we can internalize it and we can instill it, and it's a part of your bag.
Okay.
So yeah, Sharif, I already used that product. I already used that. I mean, we're actually good. That's actually the real objection. Actually, you know what? We're good. We already have something for that.
Oh, that no problem at all. A lot of companies like HubSpot and Salesforce that we work with actually also were doing pretty good. They were working with Clover, but sometimes Clover runs out of toner, and what they found is there's some things switching to Toast that we've been able to help them do differently. Again, I know I said I was only going to take 30 seconds. I'd love to actually show you what HubSpot and Salesforce did differently, even though they were already good using Clover, and why they chose to stick with Toast. Would you have like 15 minutes, say 10 a.m., 2 p.m. tomorrow? So that's kind of how I run it. I don't know, if you want me to run it one more time, Steven, or if you want it,
Yeah,
Steven, if
run
you
it
want
one more
to give
time.
me,
Run it one more
yeah,
time,
Steven, give me some
Sharif.
objections too.
Okay.
Hit him with the "we're good." We already have that. Because
All right.
honestly, we need to lock that one into your bag. Because you're gonna get either send me an email, you're gonna get no budget, or you're gonna get we
Yeah,
already
we
have
already
something
have a
for that.
point of
Those
sale
are the
system.
top 3 objections that you're ever gonna get.
Yeah, we already have a point of sale system for sure.
Okay. Yeah, we already use Aloha for our POS system. We're good,
Oh, that's no problem at all. Actually, that's really good to hear that you already have a POS system. Typically, like Salesforce, HubSpot that we work with, a lot of companies we end up, helping out already had a point of sale system, which is, again, is really, really good. You're already looking at that. The cool thing is what we did with HubSpot and Salesforce actually could work with what you're doing already. I don't want to take up too much more time, but I'd love to just walk you through on a call maybe tomorrow what HubSpot and Salesforce is doing differently and actually what made them make the shift to using Toast, even though they already had Clover and Aloha already set up. But yeah, does maybe 10 a.m. or like 2 p.m. tomorrow work better to maybe learn a little bit about what your competitors are doing?
Okay, send it back, Steven, right now.
Yeah, Steven, we already have a POS system, man.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely great to hear. Most groups I talk to are saying the same thing until the crack starts showing up. And what we did with Via 313 and Buddy's Pizza is we just gave them exactly what they're doing and then what we would bring to their solution. And, they'd eventually end up making the switch. I know I said it was going to be 30 seconds. How about we throw 15 minutes on the calendar for, whenever you're available? I got Tuesday at 2 a.m. or Wednesday at 3 p.m. What works for you?
Okay, Sharif, I need you to send it one more time because I think there's 5% missing from what Steven had. So send it back one more time. Yeah, we already have a POS system. Thank you, though. We're all good.
Oh, no problem at all. It's actually really, really good to hear that you already have a POS in place. HubSpot and Salesforce that we're working with, we're really in a similar boat. They had a POS system, things were working, but what we did differently for them is really what I wanted to show you, like why they even made the switch when they were already paying for something that was working. And maybe 10 a.m. tomorrow, 2 p.m., whatever works better for you. Like I said, I don't want to waste too much time today, but I'd love to show you, what your competitors are doing differently and how we could work with already what you've got set up. What time's better?
So Steven, before we send it again, I want you to like remember there's this specific part that Sharif just said, and I had all the emojis going when he said it, and it was like, well, it was awesome that you already have it. we've actually been working with a couple companies, company one, company two, and they were pretty much set too. But what we did was come in and make a small shift to increase, outcome here, outcome there, which, eventually at first they didn't really, you know what I'm saying? They said they were good too. But we made this small shift that made things seamless. And so it's like you want to incentivize them with that small shift. You know what I'm saying? And so once you got that, you let them know like there's something that's missing. That's
Mm-hmm.
that they're leaving. They don't have on the table. They're leaving it on the table they're leaving it on the table right now. And if they show up to a 10-15 minute conversation, they could be ahead of the curve. And so that's what's going to pique their interest to be like, you know what, I got 10-15 minutes tomorrow. I'd love to hear what shift was made in order for X outcome. You know, it makes sense. Let's do it. Right.
All right.
And so it's kind of like the I don't have the budget one and be like, oh, awesome. Yeah, you know what? Company A and company B thought the same thing until they made this small shift that increased X outcome. If you like, I'm looking at my calendar, I got 10 a.m. and a 2 p.m. on Tuesday and Thursday. I'd love to, at least share that with you. That way you're ahead of the curve. Which one works better for you, 10 a.m. or 2 p.m.? And now they're like, oh shoot, I'm gonna get this guy knows something that I don't know. And that's what's gonna incentivize them past that objection, right? So try now, send it one more time. All right, look, Steven, I don't we're all good, we're all set. I actually already have something for that.
Yeah, that's definitely great to hear that you guys are already using the POS system. Most groups I talk to say the same thing. And then what we did was via 313 and Buddy's Pizza, they were really in a similar boat. Things were working, but what we did differently for them is what I wanted to show you as to why they made the switch. Worst case scenario, you just learn what we do and what your competitors are doing. And then best case scenario, this solution works for you. I know I said 30 seconds, but how about we throw something on the calendar? I got Tuesday at 10 p.m. or Wednesday at 3 p.m. How does that work for you?
Okay, yeah, I mean Tuesday at 3, that works fine. All right, perfect. That was so
Yeah, that was really
beautifully
smooth.
executed. Super smooth, bro. All right, I'm confident that you got that in your bag. Now, for everybody on here that's not yet at a third round and is needing to be prepared for all the bells and whistles that may get thrown at them, if you guys really dial in and make sure that you guys add your objection handling for those 3 objections, you guys can be prepared for almost any situation. When it comes down to a mock pitch, it comes down to budget, we already have that, or no budget, we already have that, or send me an email. Okay. And if you guys can really dial in on adding those rebuttals to your bag, you guys will be, a lot more confident, because I feel like main thing that some of you guys lack when it comes down to confidence is the fact that you're going to get hit with curveballs, right? Sharif said, what Sharif say? Oh, today was terrible, right? You might get that on the front end of a call. Another one that you might get on the front end of a call. Oh, I'm not interested, right? And it's like, hey, sounds like I caught you at a bad time. You know what? Does it make sense for me to at least, just so no one from my team calls you again, does it make sense for me to explain at least why I'm calling so I can see whether it's worth calling back? Now you're not only giving them incentive, hey, just so my team doesn't call you, somebody's going to call you again. So just so my team doesn't call you again, does it make sense to know whether it's worth calling back or not? You know what I'm saying? So now,
That one is
they got
so
the
fire.
incentive and you justify it. So just so you know, guys, that a lot of these objections that, what I'm saying, me and Sharif have in our bag, we've not just learned them by experience and getting our reps in, but a lot of them too. There's some that came from, cold calling sucks, and that's why it works. So I highly suggest and encourage you guys to get on Audible and download the Audible version so you can hear the talk tracks, you can hear the tonality, and that way you can add that stuff to your bag, because it's nothing is more important than how you say something in sales. So I really, Steven, shout out to you for wanting to really, what I'm
But
saying, go in the ring and go toe to toe, and just keep playing ping pong with us, because that was a lot of fun. I love this type of role play stuff. So I'm gonna open it up. I'm gonna open up. Anybody got anything, any advice, any tips, any what I'm saying, compliments on what Steven was doing good, and yeah, just I'm gonna open it up for everybody right now.
Yeah, let me know because that's only the second time I ever did a mock.
That was
insane,
good though.
insane,
That was
bro.
really good, man.
Review. That's all I can say, man. I appreciate you guys. It's like, again, like you said, the calls. Yeah, it's just it's all about the calls. It's all about the calls, and I like the fact that, respectfully, we're always gonna have newer members coming into the community. So the fact that you guys go over the same material, an infinite amount of times, yeah, I can't stress enough like how valuable that is, and I appreciate it.
Heck
Man,
yeah.
it's always a good refresher for sure.
Yeah, no, y'all got some sauce too. And I feel like every hour that the call goes, it's like the deeper we get into the technical stuff, and
Nah,
Oh
fact.
yeah,
it's a lot
facts.
more gems at 11 p.m. than it was at 7:30 p.m.
Yeah, no,
Right.
facts.
Which is crazy. 4
I know,
hours
right?
in, and we still got 15 people on here. Insane. I
No,
don't know anybody
facts.
else doing it like us.
No, dead ass. We used to try to, you know what? We're gonna try to keep it high leverage, but honestly, it gets higher leverage the more you guys come with more stuff. Cause like we can act like we have something planned for the day and go over it, and then y'all can sit there like, all right, that was like not super relevant to me, but I mean, I showed up. But then when you guys come to the calls and you're like, hey, I got my recording. Can we review it? Hey, I'm ready to do some mock pitch. Like, let's get it. Like it doesn't get more tailored to you than that. So, like, really, props to Rohan, props to Steven, and props to everybody that's still here, because y'all been here hustling and picking up and soaking up as well. But shoot, 4 hours later, 4.1 hours later,
Really.
we still here. Anybody got anything before we like close out for the night and let you guys get some shut eye or get back to your grind?
I just appreciate you guys. That's
Nah,
all.
for
It's
real,
all love,
And it was
man.
really
Always
great
love. We
speaking to you
appreciate
guys.
y'all.
for real,
Real
for real.
Hell yeah.
broke like that because that helped me out a lot too. So, yeah.
Yeah, I want you guys, hey, Duval, some of you newer folks, I want you guys to watch last week's call. Wednesday's call last week is where I show all the interview prep, like workflows that me and Steven did one-on-one together. And then I want you guys to rewatch this call, because Steven again is showing up and putting on a clinic for us. Like, he's allowing us to really go in depth. And so, like, you guys could really be learning from Steven like crazy. Last Wednesday call, bro, Steven really went crazy on interview prep. And then today was objection handling. So those are two clinics that I highly suggest you guys go through. If you guys, what I'm saying, go through those, you guys will have so much confidence in this process. And then one thing I will say, hey, Steven, one last thing. Since you're calling, Toast, or you're going to be calling for Toast, have Sharif send you his gatekeeper script. So when you do role play, you can have your gatekeeper script already included in your script,
Oh yeah, just
because
in case.
it's just going to showcase that you know how to get past gatekeepers too, especially since Toast, you're most likely going to be called restaurant owners, and you're going to have to speak to gatekeepers.
I'm dropping that in the chat now too. And
Facts.
then
I
I
got
know
that.
Keely's got a hand raised too.
Yeah, I just had a quick question. I had typed in the chat. If anybody's used Orem, I wanted to know anybody's impressions.
It's on
I
Glen Coco,
Yeah. I believe Glen Coco uses
but
it.
it's built in though. It's built into Glen Coco though.
Huh.
Yeah, 'cause I was gonna say I haven't like called specifically for a company that just uses it top of mind. But yeah, I'm pretty sure Glen Coco technically, I think they use it.
Yeah, but the thing is with Orem on Glen Coco, it's built into the platform. So there's a button that says start calling, and then you just call. It's
Yeah.
not like you have like a section like you're not navigating Orem styler, you're navigating Glen Coco, and Orem is just a tool that's built in. And it's not like you'll even know how to navigate Orem in the official way. You'll be navigating it with Glen Coco's label on it. And I don't think it's gonna show you how to use Orem like that, but I mean, shoot, Glen Coco's got it.
Okay, cool. I'm evaluating the stackability of a roll. It's 160 dials, but
I
the
think
Oh
with
info.
goodness.
with Orem, that Orem would be. I think Orem dials like 3 to 5
Think it
people at
dials
most.
like 3 to
At least
5?
two. Yeah. So I mean, I think that's honestly maybe an hour, maybe two
Really?
max. But I think yeah. I mean, like if I go good party, we're using Nooks, so it's a little tiny bit different.
Mhm.
Um, but I know I had it pulled up like last week's call. Let me see if I can pull it up again, like just for an example. Mm, use this tab instead. So if I go to like reporting, I had let's see, last week I did 122 dials, and I did that in like 2 hours.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. I was trying to
Yeah,
figure it
yeah, of
out.
course.
Like I know with better enablement you can do more, so I just wanted to.
Yeah, I'd say 2 hours. And like as long as you don't have to do like any lead gen or anything like that, you'd be good.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Anyone else got some last minute questions, or should we end it off and keep learning, keep earning, and pop back on Wednesday?
Let's get it.
Let's do it. 4 hours in. Appreciate y'all. And yeah,
Hell yeah.
next
Might
one.
as well just stay
Shout
here
out to
till
all y'all.
Wednesday.
No, literally.
Oh
Low
gosh.
key, I feel like
Hell
one day
yeah.
we'll get to that level where we just got people, all time zones, people just a recurring 24/7 group call.
No,
Right. No,
straight up.
seriously.
Helpline 24/7.
Yeah, soon.
Nice.
Don't worry. Remote jobs today. We're working on it.
Let me know when you're hiring for that, because I'm gonna just take that one. I ain't gonna lie
Heck
to you.
yeah.
Bet.
That'll be the goal.
Y'all are
Remote
all
jobs
first in
today.
line. There's nobody outside. We're hiring internally before anything.
Get y'all paid same day. Remote jobs today. Hired and paid same day. So
Nice.
Love it. I love it.
go.
Awesome.
Appreciate
But
it.
shoot. Hey,
Appreciate
y'all
y'all.
know where to find us, and if y'all need us, don't hesitate. And yeah, if anything, see you guys on Wednesday.
Yes, sir.
I like that.
Keep learning, let's keep burning.
Let's do it.
All right.
Peace,
All right,
peace.
y'all. Peace.